Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day of the Drags 2024. My name's Steve Bush. Joining me in commentary today, the one, the only Les Binkhurst. Welcome back to Sydney Dragway, Les.
Thank you, Stephen. It's just a real delight to be back. I really love this place. So, and look, how can you not like it as we see these two?
Exactly. It's a picture perfect Saturday morning here at Sydney Dragway. And we're kicking off with Super Street qualifying. We've got Joe Madej and David Blamey running down the quarter mile. Looks like Madej will get there first. Les with a 13.17 at 104 miles an hour.
Yeah, and a 15.41 with a 3 at 86.57 for the little rod over here in the Rocket Lane. Another pairing here, Ford versus Holden again. In the Rocket Lane, number T21. We'll probably have those.
Yes, they'll be entered.
They'll be entered, yeah, and then we'll be able to give you all the details. And over on your side, it's Peter Adhart.
That's right, from St Clair in the little LJ Tirana. Peter's raced him many times in the little Tirana. I think the ZA Fairlane, I think it is going to take it though, Les. You'll get through the finish line first. 3.51 reaction time. We're numbers people up here, so yeah, 3.51. It's probably got a 3.51 in it. Whether it's it'd be a Cleveland, I'm pretty sure. But Adhart away with a nice reaction time, 0.65 I think it was. But running on through for a 15.21, 91 mile an hour.
Yes, the T21 that just went down there in the Rocket Lane is number 1 qualifier thus far. We've got, well, look at the screen here. Our monitor, it shows out the back. And it's a great picture with all the cars lined up in the staging lanes. Yep. So I'll be looking forward to seeing all those races come through and all the rest. I know there's it's just a little bit different than what we usually have, Steve.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, today a little bit more casual, focused on the fun side, not racing for championship points or anything along those lines.
No.
So you know, today it's all about getting the car out, having a bit of fun.
Yeah,
slipping the helmet on and actually having a crack at it.
Yep, and I see in the scrutineering shed there was a bevy of cars in there, all sorts of things coming in and out through there, and the scrutineer's doing a terrific job at the same time. So we'll see what happens next. So we've got T21, that was the fair lane in the Rocket Lane, number 1. Joe Madej is number 2, Peter Adhart number 3, and so far David Blamey. Blaney is number 4. That's a neat little pickup. Yeah, beauty. Just got doesn't have to be over the top and things like that, you know, with polish everywhere. Looks like we've got a couple of motorcycles. Whoops, I'm getting all covered up here, all twisted up. Oh, what a fantastic day with a nice drive today. I'm from down Canberra way. It's a leisurely 1 hour drive. Oh, no, a bit more than that. Dave McNamara from Bulwarra in New South Wales, the 66 Valiant VC. It's got a foreign power plant in there. I just can't pronounce it properly. Oh, that's it. We've got something. He's been given the shutdown. Perhaps there's a bit of fluid. I see him getting the mop there, the official or the starter. Yeah, some things. Gee whiz, that's pretty neat. He spotted it straight away, and it looks as if his rear wheel would have gone in it anyway, so fantastic job there. Yes, it's a bit sticky when you get out of there, the traction compound. Rule number 1. Don't wear thongs or slippers or anything like that down at the start line. They won't last very long on your feet. Yeah, not quite sure what's happening down there, but a great lineup of cars in the staging lanes. We've got a couple of combatants here that have made it through to these types of events. Some of the guys are super streets, they race super sedan. And but it's good to see what a variation of vehicles here. So looking forward to the lot. So I don't know if the driver's going to drive it back or they're going to push it back. He's having difficulty. His shoes are sticking to the track. Never mind. Wow. Yeah, well, this guy didn't get to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we've nearly got that clean-up done on the start line. It looked like pretty
was-
much all of the radiator fluid out of that Valiant has been mopped up from the start line. Of course, welcome to our viewers on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel and also the Facebook page that we're streaming on. So if you're down the pits and want to keep an eye on the action on the racetrack, jump on to YouTube, Sydney Dragway official, and click on the link, and the stream, you'll get the stream. You'll be able to hear Les and I talking about what's going on. You'll be able to see what Ben puts up on the big screen here at Sydney Dragway. He's operating the cameras here today. So once again, welcome to all of our spectators here today and in the venue, and also those joining us around the world on the internet, on those various streaming services that we've subscribed to. If you have any questions, don't feel shy to drop them on the stream, and either Ben, myself, or Les will have a crack at answering them.
Yeah, we sure will.
We might not give you the right answer, but we'll give you.
We'll give you an an answer. Yeah, we'll pool all our knowledge and everything in together. So it might be.
It's only a small pool, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Very small. In the palm of your hand type of pool.
Oh, really? That's small. Okay. All right. Well, as I said before, we have quite a selection of vehicles running here today. You know, a lot of Aussie muscle cars. There's looking in the staging lane cams that we had up before. There's a couple of Cortinas, Tiranas, HQs. There's an Altered sitting there. There's a couple of hot rods, which is great to see. Fantastic to see. The guys and girls in the hot rods coming out and having a crack at the quarter mile. Of course, hot rodding at the very beginning of drag racing, of course, and we're looking forward to a fantastic day. Of course, it is scheduled to be in the early 30s, I think, today. So, if you're out in the sun, make sure you've got a hat on, sunscreen if you can. Sunnies, plenty of water, a hat. Take advantage of the shade on the western side of the racetrack in the seated area of the grandstand. It's all free on your general admission ticket. And of course, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, your general admission ticket does give you access into the pit area. So if you see a car that races down the quarter mile here and you go, that's really cool, I want to go have a closer look, or I want to ask the driver something, or the crew, or whatever it might be. If you're over on the eastern side, just come across the top of the tower and continue west. You'll see a set of stairs, down the stairs, into the pits. Into the pits,
yep, from up there on the right-hand side. And also, if you'd like to browse or peruse when you come over to the eastern side, there's a bit of a car show there.
Yes, there is. Shannon's Show and Shine is happening as per usual here for Day of the Drags. This should be a fantastic display of cars up there. Some pretty cool-looking beasts we can see from here in the commentary box. So, and that number hopefully will only grow throughout the day. So get on the phone, get on social media, get on your apps, whatever you communicate with your friends with, and get them to come out here and check out Day of the Drags.
Yep, it's a splendid day out here. Look at that. I can safely say there's not a cloud in the sky. People point out, look, see those clouds over there?
There's like 4, but they're not. There's not much precipitation in them. I think we're pretty safe.
Yeah, we're safe. Yeah, and it won't be dry ice. Okay, let's get underway here in the rocket lane. We've got Mark Akers from Currumbong in New South Wales in the Kawasaki GPZ 1100, and over in the Aeroflow lane we've of course got Ross van der Hoek running C-Bike from St Mary's, Kawasaki
A4.
Oh, 900cc, okay. It's got 2900 there, and I thought,
No, it's a Z. I had to look twice too.
Oh, Z, yes. Yeah, good on you. See, these young kids, they keep you.
You're funny, Liz.
Up to speed. There we got a 4:16 reaction time from Mark Akers in the rocket lane. He's streaked out a bit at the moment, so he'll have a good qualifying run there. So he runs it through. That only moved.
Yeah, only 8th mile.
8th mile,
so 690 at 101 for Akers, and Van der Hoek 869 with a 584 mile an hour.
Yeah, well, they must be doing just qualifiers over the 8th mile. I'm not quite sure. It's not a bad idea. just for qualifying, but it doesn't help you when you want to put a dial-in time unless the whole meeting's over 8th mile. Oh, look at that little screamer down there in the aeroflow lane. We've got some information on these two. Okay. No, we don't have any info there. Just wait. No, he'll be asked to push back a bit. There's something going on. Oh, Vegas, he's down there. He knows what's going on. Yeah, so we've got middle classes like middle at Eliminator and things like that for front engine dragsters. Haven't seen any rear engine dragsters here because Day of the Drags is traditionally the old school where the engine's at the front, FED, front engine dragster, and you won't see too many rear engine dragsters on at events like this. So we'd have limited numbers, if any at all. But gee, the staging lanes are looking really terrific. I did have a look at a beautiful 67 Barracuda. Well, I can see it there in the staging lanes. I had a look at it in the pits there. Beautiful looking car.
That car, I know you would have been pretty keen on that car.
Yes,
that was here last week.
Was it?
Did a test and tune, I think it was, because we did a test and tune on last Saturday, and
right.
there was a private hire on the Friday night. So I'm just all a bit of a blur on what meeting it was that it was here, but definitely very recently, and not a shabby looking car either. I do like the Barracudas, and we have Brett Copping and Shane Copping doing battle in the two strokes. Brett the quicker of the two, and it runs on through for an 11.33 with a 7 at only 89 mile an hour. Now, I think he's got off it at half track. Now, there was an issue in the setup of the class. The timing was set to 8th mile. And it has been rectified to now be on the full quarter, which it will be. So I dare say that that's the first two bikes that ran down will have a rerun of their qualifier.
Rerun of the qualifier, yes. That's what I was trying to figure it out there a little bit to see if the whole program was going to be over the 8th or just qualifying. But as I said, you know, if it's only 8th mile, it's hard to put a dial in time if they race the quarter. But anyway, they've allayed all fears, and we'll continue with the program as it is here. Dave Franks from Mount Druitt, Kawasaki KZ 1428cc.
Geez, Kawasaki's are popular as nostalgia bikes, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think they're all been Kawasaki. Oh, Gary.
Whoa.
The bike bucked over to the left there on the head of the throttle. Had to stick the leg out. Otherwise, I think would have been perhaps driving over a lot more of that blue paint than he would have wanted to.
Yeah.
And I think discretion, just cruising on down after that. Maybe just a little bit unsettled on the bike there.
Yeah, well, it might have given him a bit of a, I'm not sure, but just after the 8th, he buttoned off. Just moseying down for the rest of the quarter mile down in the braking area. Now, Mark Akers, I knew that name before. It seems to be a Justin Akers as well.
This is a rerun of he was in the first pair, wasn't he? So
yeah. Yes, the GPZ 1100. And Kurunbong. Whoa. 0.341 reaction time. Yeah, 60 footers a 1.7. Let's see how he goes at the top end and runs it through for an 11.53 with an O at 119.24 miles per hour.
It wasn't the cleanest of runs there for Mark, but
no. Yeah, see, it's still got.
Yeah, no, because that's still in the bracket, right? So at the moment, our number one qualifier is Brett Copping with an 11.33, and Shane was in second. Yep. So Tanya will have to come into race control and remove those first two figures because there's not going to be too many classic bikes that are going to run 690s, I doubt.
No.
Although, you never know. Someone might have a nostalgia Top Fuels motorcycle sitting in the pits.
Leonard as a party might turn up.
All right, looks like we're moving into Top Gas now, Les.
Yes. Oh, even start off the line, an 040 and an 086 and a 040. These guys are nearly neck and neck, but the guy in the rocket lane, Damien, oh, no, I picked it wrong. Mark Playfair.
Well, it was only 51 10,000s across the finish line, so I forgive you for getting it wrong, Les. It's all right. It's all right. pair of General Motors cars on the start line now. We got Peter Begonia in the VK Commodore and Brendan McGinn in the HB Tirana. The Tirana we've seen here before.
Yes, I saw it cruising through the pits there. It was a neat little package there. And VK Commodore with a Holden 355 gets out of the hole there. Oh, nice black marks. Look at that. A .320 reaction time for Peter Begonia, or Begonia. He runs it through there for a 12.130 at 111.32 and a 16.019 at 69 for Brendan McGinn.
Yeah, we could hear in the track marks, I think that little Tirana not running quite as cleanly as he would have liked. It sounded like it was mixing the cylinders up, and we can see a bit of fuel, like a rich fuel smoke coming out of it. So yeah, hopefully that could be rectified for the next qualifying round, and run a more I'll use the word respectable time, or expected time, I guess you could say, for that car.
Yeah, to be advised as the driver in the rocket lane there, TBA. Oh, what a mouthful there.
I'm going to try that.
Bay Haven in New South Wales. It's the 72 Holden HQ GDS with a Chevy 454, if you don't mind.
Big block on board. Nice looking car too. It's got a really good stance to it. Taking on Peter Giddens in the TD Cortina. He's about to do the Cortina twist.
Oh, look at this, Steve. Pretty evenly matched here.
Yeah, only 347 wins are on board in the Cortina, but the big block will pull away at the top end. 11.02 with a 120 mile an hour. He did not pull away. There was absolutely not much in that at all.
No. Look at that. See, TBA in that big block. He's right up in the rocket lane, #1 qualifier thus far. Alicia Teal spending a bit of time at the drags here. She's a very well-known competitor in a lot of our events that we have during the year, and drag week and all those other ones, so she does a bit of travelling, does all the work herself. Now 9127 is Barracuda. That could be Ronnie Socks. Oh, Alicia's out there, a 008 red, but she's trying that little Barracuda there. No, Alicia's pulling away in that the 383 HQ. Runs it through for 11.51 with a 6 at 117 and a 12.526 at 113 miles an hour. Not much difference there for that little 67 Barracuda. Wow. Oh, and the staging lanes are still full of cars. Fantastic.
Stephen Dawson in the Ford pickup with the 350 on board, taking on Peter Villaris in the Holden Tirana. We're going to have to watch not to just read the screen there, because he's definitely not in his XT Falcon.
No.
Peter's got a number of different cars, and he's one of the Go Logistics proprietors. Of course, we see Go Logistics on the wall down in the
downstairs there.
Well, just here, right next to the start line. A fantastic supporter of the racetrack, and of course, Super Street normally as well. They back the Super Street category. Runs on through for a 10.87 with a 9 at 122, Les. And Dawson there, a 12.89 with a 0.
Yeah, Valaris went straight up to #1 in the qualifying, in the order there with that run. Fantastic effort. It does look tough, that car. Robert Matesic from Mount Warrigal in the rocket lane, up against Stuart Gatt. Stuart Gatt from Fig Tree. Wollongong Automotive Services, Chevy Camaro, big block Chev, 496 cubic inches. And it looks like there's 2 Camaros, or that's not a Firebird, is it? No, I hope not. No, 2 Camaros. And 67. over there in the Rocket Lane, this will be, one's at 454 and the other one's at 496. So there's only 40 cubic inches difference. Pretty light cars. It wasn't until sort of like 1969 Camaros, then they got really wide.
Yes. Yeah, no, they were both very, very nice looking cars. The one in the Aeroflot lane, really, really nice bright red paint on it. Of course, it should go a little bit quicker because it's red.
Whoa, look at this.
I think I might be wrong there. An 0.37 on the tree for Stuart Gatt, though. I think Matt Sick will take it. He does. Gets there first by 0.05 of a second. 10.63 with a 5. Only 113 mile an hour. To a 10.78 at 122. So I think the Rocket Lane out of the throttle a little bit early there, Les. The mile an hour down. 10 mile an hour is a fair bit.
Well, that big 496 probably just had, looking at those extra legs there coming in with a top-end charge, but you want to get it. There wasn't much difference between in the start, in the reaction times either, so they got off to a clean start side by side. Glenn Ponting from Roosey, New South Wales, in the Rocket Lane, the Morris Minor, running a Chevy 350. What a power to weight ratio that is. And Mitchell Gregory over there in the Aeroflot lane, 66 Chevy Impala. I didn't see it.
I tell you what, it launches, gets out of the hole very, very well. 1.67 to the 60 with a big car like that. That's impressive. 11.49 with a 118 mile an hour through the finish line. And the Morris in the other lane, a 14.20, Les, 95 mile an hour.
95 miler, Glenn Ponting. So, wow, we've had 7 pairings gone down so far. Ford versus Holden again here. A couple of classics. FCFE, Holden. FC, we're running a 350. Good burnout too.
I think that it sounded like I could hear the muffled turbo note through that car in the Aeroflot lane. Have you seen it, Les?
Mate,
No?
it's just clear. The bonnet or the hood just clears it. I don't know what's. No, I think
there's something not quite right there with the FC.
No, it's got a big top-end charge there. Steve Price goes down with a 12.071 at 110 miles an hour and a 13.89 with a 1 at 131. Now, 13.89 at 131 miles an hour just indicates that there's plenty of mumbo in that FC. Not quite sure what happened at the start line there. Didn't make a big launch. Nice little burnout by that Ford Capri with the Windsor 347. Very popular in these Capris. You get the Piranha model, which came out of South Africa, and they came out with 302 Windsors in them. But, that's South Africa. They beat us in a couple of things, and a bit like New Zealand. 2 Fords here, XWXY. Look, I can't believe how quick these guys are getting off the line. Red light for Rocket Lane, but red lights are free in qualifying. You don't get penalised. And it gives you a better idea. 11.5 at 117 in the Rocket Lane and a 13.93 at 76 for Emmanuel Candros from Belmore in New South Wales. We didn't have any information. A Tirana. Deluxe.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool little car. Is a Mark Hopkins. Only 312 cubic inches of Holden on board for this one. It gets up in boogies considering it's only just over 5 litres. Obviously, a pretty well sorted combo in not only the engine but the driveline as well.
Yeah.
And Kel Bartley in the Falcon. 0.58 to an 0.96. The Falcon with the better of the two. Side by side.
Gee whiz, what a race.
The Tirana's just in front, but the Falcon gets on around at the top end by 39/10,000ths of a second and runs on through for a 10 at 91 with a 2 at 125 to a 10.87 with a 7 there for the Tirana.
Yeah, well, that's it's good to see the Matasevic boys out here from Bringelly. That's David over there in the Rocket Lane, 75 Ford Cortina with the Windsor 347. Vince Meluso from Mount Annan in the Holden Kingswood, running a Chevy 350. Now, the power to weight will favour Dave Matasevic with 347 inside that compact Cortina, and he's a regular here at Sydney Dragway, he and his brother. Oh, look at, I miss. Wow. Vince Meluso. Oh, no, here comes Dave. Oh, no.
Unfortunately,
Yes,
Dave's left before the third amber or something, and no time recorded there for the Cortina, it looks like, Les. So unfortunate, because he was in front of Meluso in the Kingswood.
Well, we've got T22 in the Rocket Lane. Nice. Gee, I love watching these sedans, these types of cars. It's a great event here, a day of the drags. You get to see all the older kind of cars. And Richard Matasevic from also Bridgelli, David's brother. Ford XY Ute running a Cleveland 434. That's fairly stout. That Monaro down there. No. You can see Richard there, an 053 red. He's maintaining the gap. Oh, he goes through, Matasevic goes through at a 1063 at 124 and an 1102 at 115 for that that GTS in the Rocket Lane. Number T22, Richard Matasevic straight to the top of the tree.
It's a very cool little car, this one. Haven't seen it at Sydney Dragway for a while. We all know what we're in for. 347 cubic inches of Windsor on board. Did have a shot of nitrous last time I saw it. I hope Ben can get a front-on shot. Yes, he's already set up for it. Be prepared to see a good chunk of the underside of this car on the hit of the throttle. The centre door, it does not disappoint. Les applauding in excitement, nearly taking out the 330 marker. Noel Inman from Sunshine, Victoria, all the way up to Sydney Dragway, runs through for a 10.98 with a 4 at 120 mile an hour after that big wheel stand, and I dare say that's probably cost him a little bit of time on the hit. But looking forward to that car more and more a little bit later on today. Haven't seen it at Sydney Dragway for seems like a while, but so certainly an exciting car to watch, and it's damn fast for what it is. It probably doesn't weigh a lot, but it's got no aerodynamics whatsoever. The big flat windscreen that is definitely flat glass. There's no shape to it at all. And we've got Charlie Addard in the airflow lane taking on Dan Reinminster in the altered. Addard will get there first. 986 with a 6 at 135 mile an hour. And I think we've moved into middle eliminator. Yep, for their first round of qualifying. Of course, this category will see cars a little bit more race orientated, I guess is probably the easiest way to describe it.
Yeah, it's sort of middle, and then you'll get the top eliminator class, which will be the real heavy hitters. But this one, Gary Durrington, I really like this little front engine dragster. Running a Holden 202, that's Gary over in the Aeroflow lane, up against Victor Satlogianis in that little Tirana there, LH Tirana, yep. So it'll have square headlights. Oh, Gary Durrington there.
046 red at the moment. That doesn't matter. He'll still get a time towards his qualifying. Victor will get there first at 9:41 with a 142 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane to a 10:09 with a 5 at 1:31 for that little front engine dragster. I've just been told, Les, that at the conclusion of qualifying, which will be around about 20 past 11, we'll be holding a Crackle Fest down at the cafeteria area.
Oh, right.
Right, in honour of Howard Nicholas, who recently passed away.
Okay.
So that will, as I said, that we're holding a Crackle Fest down at the cafeteria, where there's a little awning down there next to the scrutineering shed.
Sure.
I'm sure you'll see the cars all in a semicircle or similar. Yeah, so having a big Crackle Fest down there. So if you're not sure what a Crackle Fest is,
go and have it down and
go and have a look. They're absolutely massive in the US, because obviously the number of cars they get to this style of event that all run nitro and they all fire up at the same time. sit down there and idle away.
Well, that's it. The Hot Rod Reunion at the end of the year for the at Bakersfield, and the March meet. Naturally, it's in March, but that's the start of their season. Now we have Chris Brown from Bataba in New South Wales in the Ford Altered, running a Chevy 406 up against Stephen Jones in the Ford T-Bucket, running a Chevy 400. Very 6 cubic inches the difference, folks. Let's see. Very look at the size of the bags on
they're big
Christopher
tyres.
Brown's
I think
car.
Brown's
Both
car
of them.
set up to run probably an engine with probably a little bit more horsepower.
Wow. No, I think Christopher Brown will get there. He does get there first at 8.980 at 140 miles an hour, 140.34. What about in your lane there, Steve?
So Steve Jones went 960, 133 mile an hour.
Well, Christopher Brown on that run in the middle eliminator class, if that's still the same. Yeah, middle eliminator. He's at the he's dining at the head of the table so far. Okay, Alf Axiak. Axe Motorsport Mazda RX-2 13B rotary up against Jaden Mellon, is it? From Granville, the Holden Gemini, or Geminot. Holden 308. Gemini.
Gem.
Yeah, Gem. Yeah.
All right. Of course, if only they came out of the factory with the 308 on board.
Yeah.
Axiak with the 13B rotary on board, all NA. That's why it is so loud. But Alf getting a little bit crossed up at the start line. But the Gemini through there first. There's 926 with a 6, 143. That's a pretty tough little 308 under the bonnet.
I'll say.
Axiak a 941 with a 4, 137 miles an hour in the RX2.
What is Asian and farm truck here?
Yeah, you could nearly say that's the Australian version, actually.
Yeah,
well put together. I dare say our version has probably had a few more dollars thrown at it in terms of presentation.
Yeah.
But Ben Pike in the Rocket Lane, big block Chev, 540 cubes, supercharged C20 pickup, blazing the tyres on the head of the throttle. Meanwhile, Owen James in the Ford Cortina in the aeroflow lane is sending smoke signals out from about half track, and they're not getting much better at the finish line.
Oh, I can't even see it going down into the braking area. Unless he's pulled over to the side. No, there he is, yeah. He's... All right.
Hasn't come through our bottom end camera. There he is.
Wow.
And of course, our track official straight onto that, and we will be checking out that aeroflow lane to obviously make sure that there's no fluid or no debris there. Hopefully there is not, because if that will mean that there's no cleanup. But just while we have a quiet moment, once again at the completion of qualifying here, which is scheduled to be around about 20 past 11, we will be having a Crackle Fest down at the cafeteria at 20 past 11 in honour of Howard Nicholas, who has recently passed away.
Was he an official here? Okay. All right. Well, I hope he's watching over it. He's probably saying, well, before I go upstairs, I just want to look down on this Cackle Fest, and then he'll go and join all the other races up there.
Yes.
So, that's a nice tribute. And so's the car in the Rocket Lane there.
Yeah, because he's Brett McNiff in the VG Valiant. This is one of the few cars I reckon I could ask for 50 cents of for the number of runs that it's done. And I'd be pretty well off, I reckon.
Yeah, well, Joe Sorbello, I think he still holds the record.
Yes, yep. I don't know if anyone's going to catch that while he keeps turning up to our Wednesday night street meets. It's
Does he still turn up?
Going to be somewhat difficult.
Yeah. Oh, good.
All right.
I must come up for a Wednesday night street meet just for a bit of a gilly gander. Oh, it looks like it's fairly hardcore down there. Must have let an engine go or something like that. You can see the track walkers.
Yeah, we can definitely see the track walkers still out on the racing surface, and I dare say that they've asked the 2 cars in the burnout box to move back, and that'll give our tractors some swinging room once they come out onto the racing surface. So we shouldn't be down for too long. Of course, the A team pretty well versed at what they need to do to clean up anything and everything.
Yeah, so the thing is too that they're really well trained. These guys, I mean, to come out on a really hot day, stand on a hot surface, and just do it all day long. But they're really good at it. They used to say that Willowbank had a top crew, but I tell you what, these guys here are pretty sharp. So, remind me of Sharpie too. So they'll determine what they'll send a report.
Yep, the best method to clean up, and then of course they'll action that, and then we'll be back to racing in middle eliminator very, very shortly. In the meantime, we'll throw to a couple of adverts from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway, and Les and I'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for 2 includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and the races, and then every other one person that's here. Now we'll get back to the action. The crew did a fantastic job. Well, it wasn't a lot of smoke coming out of that car when it went down, but there wasn't a lot of oil over it. It was just a bit of a smear. So very good. We get the tractor over the top with those tyres. Cleaned it up very, very nicely, and at the start line as well. As you can see, the two starters there. Yeah, Brett McNiff from Warrington Downs. He's the proprietor of St Mary's Engines, Valiant VG, Chrysler 426 wedge. It's not a Hemi. It's a tribute colours for Ronnie Socks and Buddy Martin. Socks, the famous duo that terrorised the drag strips in the US in Pro Stock, and there was a couple of other classes, the AFX factory experimentals, where they altered the wheelbase, they tucked the wheels, they moved the back wheels closer to the front wheels. Crazy sort of setup, but out of that came funny cars. So that's the origin way back then in the 60s. A lot happened in the 60s. Well, some pretty tough cars coming out of Bargo, and a Kieran Cook over there in the Aeroflow lane from Bargo, the Ford Roadster, running a Windsor 434. He's like one of the Matasevics. He's got that 434 cubic inch. Brett McNiff has that 426, a regular competitor and a great supporter of Sydney Dragway, St Mary's Engines, Valiant VG. Now, Kieran Cook's Ford Roadster, that sounds really, really, it's got a very, very deep throat, like almost a... Whoa! The wheels come off. What? Oh, wow. What an unfortunate incident. Brett McNiff going down there through for the win, but that wheel came off just about, probably 3 metres from the start line. And there it goes over there. So I hope it's... Well, I can't see if the hub's still on it, if it snapped an axle or...
I walked back in just to see that car turning very much sideways on the head of the throttle. Yeah. Very, very good job there.
Yeah.
Not to collect the concrete wall, of course, that would have been very messy, although I do think the left rear guard is pretty second-hand. Probably lucky in a way that it's fiberglass, because if it was steel, it probably might have lifted the car up as it spat the wheel. But
yep.
The rear guard definitely won't be too pretty down there. But a very good job by the driver to avoid any further contact.
Yes. And you could see that left-hand rear guard, it's sort of not sitting flat like the right-hand one. It's pointing up a bit, so it's buckled, it's rotated.
It's broken, I dare say, around about a little bit higher up than the tail light. But we'll get that car removed from the start line and get back with racing. So, of course, we're just having a look-see at what's caused the issue. And...
I guess they'll need they'll need to probably jack it up first. I don't know if it sheared the wheel studs off or what happened there. As I said, it's very, very throaty and a fair bit of power for a 434.
Yeah, Paul was out here on Wednesday night doing some runs, of course, with the Aeroflow Race for Real.
Right.
And has participated in a number of tests and tunes and bits and pieces of recent time. So the car definitely getting some use here at the quarter mile, and unfortunately there's something saying I'm not playing the game anymore. And
yep,
unfortunately that is a downside, that occasionally things do go awry.
Well, it's when you consider that regardless of whether he's racing or, like you wouldn't do something crazy like drive like that on the street. But, there's always certain aspects of racing that, people say, oh, gee whiz, why doesn't, how come the differential and the wheels and the axles can take all that torque of that enormous horsepower? Well, usually the people buy like a Mark Williams or Moser axles.
Certainly not factory components in most of these cars that do this stuff. And if you do have a factory car that's able to handle that, the extra horsepower, then you've paid for that up front with the purchase of the car, obviously. But many of the cars here today not running anywhere near the standard engine or driveline components that they left the factory with. But that's the beauty of drag racing, is that you can build a car to run pretty much whatever category you like, and there is a class that you will fit in, no matter how you build the car, and you can come out here and run on an even playing field if it's a dial your own category, of course.
Yes, dial your own. I'm over to the US shortly, and we're going to a good friend of our family is the Kenny Ford from PTC, Performance Torque Converters. You'll see on Street Outlaws all sorts of people wearing PTC shirts or hats, and he's a great sponsor of the No Mercy meeting down at Valdosta in Georgia, where they get 800 cars. It goes for a week, that whole thing there.
Wow.
So 800, and Kenny, a great sponsor, a great racer.
So is that more like what we're seeing today?
Mile. Yeah, 8th mile.
Okay.
Kenny hasn't raced, he said, he hasn't raced over a quarter of a mile for 20 years.
Yeah, wow.
So he's... Thank you, Squire.
So is he giving you a car to race? Or
No. I'll be looking, spending time in these trailer and things like that.
Okay.
The hauler. It's got a hoist in it, 2-post hoist. And
in the trailer?
In the trailer, it's
wow.
6 wheels. It's really tall, and it's great. And they're really into the 8th. And look, a lot of people have come to me and asked me about the way that the difference between we have dial your own and in America they have index racing.
Yeah, the index racing certainly seems very popular over there, doesn't it?
It is, because people can relate to it because they're heads up every time.
Yep.
And that's what they like to see.
Yeah, so just so you don't know what Les is talking about with an index, is they basically put the cars in time categories. So it might be a 5.9 index or a 6.9 or a 7.9 or an 8.9. It's usually a 9, isn't it?
Yeah.
We don't go O's.
No, that's right. Well, Kenny's got a 6-second car, and he's also got a 7-second car. But sometimes they break the 6 into there's a 6 seconds and then a 650, and then a 7.
Just depending on where they're racing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that Valdosta with 800 cars, gee. But it's not sort of like program racing all the time. The guys will get together and they'll have turkey trots. A turkey trot is where they say, okay, this is going to cost everyone $100 to enter this thing.
Yep.
So now, and they say, oh, yeah, righto. So they go in, and then you can buy back in. Some of them, they buy back in at the second round. So all those cars, it takes a long time. Racing.
Yeah, so the promoter basically turns over, multiple entries on the same car through the racing event, and then there's typically a good prize pool at the end with those sorts of events, but not something that really ever took off here in Australia, did it? I don't know if it's because of the entry numbers. Like when you consider, like, one of our biggest events on the calendar is the Winter Nationals, and there's, I'd like to say off the top of my head, somewhere between 450-ish cars at that event, roughly. Might be a little bit bigger nowadays, but but that's a 3-day event. We're talking, nearly double that figure on an 8th mile track. So they must be in there pretty tight, or have a very limited pit space per car. But I know I went to the US Nationals back in 2017, and I think there was 1,300 cars at that, and that's like a 6-day deal.
Yes, that was the one I was looking for. You everywhere. we missed each other.
Cross paths. Didn't see each other.
That was fantastic. But it's like the $1 Million Race. That's that was
only recently, wasn't it?
Yes. Yep.
4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, it was the $1 Million Race. But I think the biggest prize pool, the biggest winner, It was 762,000. So
And that was the young bloke in the green car, wasn't it?
Yes.
Turned up on an open trailer.
Yep.
He was competing against people turning up in,
Oh.
very, very expensive pieces of equipment with all the technology, all the delay boxes, best of everything. And he's turned up in a, I don't even know what sort of tires it was running. Like a super sedan style car.
Yeah, super sedan, it was like
yeah.
a 64 Chevy or something like a little Nova or something like that. I could remember seeing, it might have been.
Yep.
But it was...
I think that's the beauty of drag racing, as I've said it before. It means that you can compete on any budget level. It's not like other forms of motorsport where if you don't have the best of everything, it is difficult to, or more difficult to feature in the winner's circle. But with the way that the racing is handicapped between the cars through a dial in, and then obviously testing your reaction time and your consistency, then that certainly does help. Index racing a little bit different to that in that you're running to a fixed time.
Fixed time, yeah.
So the idea is you want the car to run as close to that index as possible, and therefore, if you can set the car up to do that, you're then just focusing on your reaction time. Looks like we're going to be able to push that car of Paul Clark's off the start line just on the Jacks, which is great.
Yeah, that's
been somewhat
such
tricky.
a shame. Really nice car.
It would have been pretty tricky to get up on the tilt tray on 3 wheels, I dare say.
Or even pushing it up with the way they're doing it right now. Yeah, see that guard sort of poking up. Very nice. Yes, well, they featured another track I was working at. Made a cameo appearance at was Holly Springs in Mississippi, and wow, hey, look at that! So they've done a lot, but still 1/8 of a mile. But when it's 1/8 of a mile, it's like goes up at a 45 degrees around the turnaround area around the top, so it works really well for them. And but they've got new bleachers and bridges going over the top for a little 1/8 mile track. It's come a long way. It was featured in Street Outlaws or No Prep. Now it's moved on a bit now because they race a lot on. It's still No Prep, but they race on at Bristol. All the big tracks, they only run 1/8 of a mile, but its cars have got more expensive.
Oh well, I mean it's progression, isn't it? I guess so. And I guess the more coverage that sort of racing gets, the more popular it gets, the more people that want to compete in it. So they build a car more specifically to do that style of racing and whatnot. So it's only I think they're in their 7th or 8th season now. So it's certainly been around quite a lot longer than I think was initially expected when they launched the idea. But it looks like we're going to get back underway.
Well, we are
qualifying for middle eliminator here, Les. In the rocket lane, we have Alan Shuttleworth in the big Chevy Ride Master. Supercharged 350 on board for Alan.
Yeah, that's been around for a while, that car. He's campaigned that very successfully at meetings like this. And cruisers and hot rod shows, they're really down in Victoria. There's something on every weekend just about for all sorts of cars. We just had the Festival of Speed in Canberra, of all places. Can you believe it? Festival of Speed last weekend. So it was a bit like the Goodwood revival. You weren't supposed to go very fast, but some guys were doing 150 mile an hour by the time they got to the
that's not very fast depending on what you're driving.
No. Well, the track's not very long, Stu.
No. I'm just being smart, cheeky, however you want to put it.
Yeah. Well, that's how I'd take it anyway. That's but had some nice Porsches and Ferraris and Lambos and all those sorts of things. Well, I wonder what's wrong. What's happened there?
Well, there was a lot of finger pointing on the start
Yeah.
line, and Alan just slowly making his way back towards the water box. So I dare say he'll have to forego this qualifying run, perhaps. And then we'll get into our next car, cars which we can hear idling down below us. And that will be Ronnie DeBiase in the Ford Roadster, going for Burson Auto Parts at Peakhurst. And Mark in one of my little favourites, but I'm not biased at all, little Ford Anglia pickup.
Blink, blink,
Yep.
blink. Cyclops.
If only it had a Chrysler motor in it, Liz.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Wouldn't that be great?
We'd have a pair of eyes between us.
Yeah, we we certainly would. Oh, look at that. Oh, sharp looking. Now, look, I'm not real big on grey cars, but that looks terrific.
When I first saw the grey on it was like an Audi or one of the European cars, I thought, self, why would one buy a car that colour?
Colour, yeah, it looks like
That's
undercoat.
just my opinion. But the more I've seen of it, the more I actually like it. I actually think it suits the Anglia very well. Because, I mean, the Anglia, that era of motoring, all the cars were pastel type colours,
that's right.
Which effectively is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
But typically like light blues, greens,
beige.
maroon or beige, that sort of colour.
Yeah.
But, Mark does a fair bit of racing out here with the Anglia. Not so much competition racing that I've seen, but definitely out here for the tests and tunes and private hires and the like. 421 cubes of small block Chev on board, and the car does everything it's supposed to do, and it's a pretty quick, pretty quick little car as well. Been around, I would like to say, probably 18 months. Hazard a guess, might be a little bit longer with how quick time goes. But way from the start line there with a 1-2-4 reaction time. But Ronnie in the aeroflow lane drew up beside him, but the Anglia will drive on past 10.02 with an 8, 124 mile an hour, just under 0.2 of a second difference between the two. 96 with a 9 at 123 mile an hour for the Roadster there in the aeroflow lane.
Wow. That little Anglia, that sort of got going. I thought it started to... It looked a bit like a Mazda R100. At about half track, it was starting to skate.
To move around a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're probably similar wheelbase to an R100. There wouldn't be much difference in it. Only around 92 inches, I think they are standard. So not a lot of distance between the wheels. Looks like we're now moving into, still in modified Eliminator, we have Alison Stewart in the Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster.
I saw them unloading the car at pre-race here in the pits there, getting it out of the trailer. Really, really sharp-looking car.
It is a pretty little car, actually.
It
was bought locally a few years ago. So, Matt's kindly handed the keys to Alison to compete in events like today and also our Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series.
Aha.
And in beside we have Emma Addard in the Holden Tirana. 451 cubes of Chev on board in the Tirana. Alison away with a 164 red light, but only qualifying at the moment does not matter. 868 with a 2, 150 mile an hour to a 893 with a 6 at 151 there for
look at that.
Addard in the rocket lane.
150.25 mile an hour.
Very similar speeds there for 0.3 of a second difference in the ET.
Yeah. Whoops. Joe Sorbello, the gentleman that we referred to previously as the record holder for the amount of times this car, or Joe, has been racing down the track. Someone at last count it was like 3,500 in the 20 years that we've been going. He's got out there 0.144 reaction time. Gee, this is a good run for young Joe, an 893 with a 948.20 miles
Yeah, not a bad run there.
No.
Always good to see the 8 in front of the time there. And it looks like there's some issues for our little blown Tirana in the rocket lane. We can see the officials mopping.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of debris. There was some bits and pieces being picked up as well. This car not driven easily by its driver, I dare say. Again, something mechanical going wrong.
Well, let me tell you. Yeah, sorry.
But there's a lot of engine sticking out of the bonnet in that car too.
Yeah, yeah.
Just quietly.
Looks like one of those burnout cars. But the methanol is, see that methanol, because methanol runs so cool, it's like a cold. Once it hits the combustion chamber, you can sit there and idle with methyl cars, and they'll just sit there and idle. You can rev them up, and they don't need a radiator. They just cool themselves down. Sometimes you'll see on that big scoop there, it's like when you go to the pub or a club, you'll see ice forming on the top of the scoop there, and that's exactly what happens when you go to the pub. It's got ice on the top of that where they pour all the beer and other products out of the keg.
Refreshments.
Yeah, refreshments, yes, yeah. Some people would say, wow. I like these two.
Two very, very pretty cars sitting on the start line right now. That's moving into top eliminator now.
Oh, Zoran, well. Well, how wouldn't you expect? You wouldn't expect anything less from a bike. Like, yeah, well, that name there, it's, I think someone put their hand in the Scrabble box.
It is a little bit like that. I'm just trying to work it. It's Georgowski. Barra, 6-cylinder on board in the white Falcon, but Paul Sabato in the HQ, 515 Qs of big box. Paul, no stranger to fast Monaros, 901 with a 150 mile an hour on that pass. And Zoran in the rocket lane, 940, 148 mile an hour.
Right. Oh, gee, I thought that was Zoran Gajic. But
No,
completely different. All right, Ray Fairfull. Oh, I haven't seen that Falcon of his for a long time. Oh, he's got a Ford T-Bucket.
He's not in the Falcon anymore.
Isn't he?
No, he's taken the step up to a altered, running the Ford T-Bucket now with a 406 cube Chev on board.
Right.
Running for Coating King of Brisk Spark Plugs and Voodoo Engines. However, they were the sponsors of the previous car, so I dare say that they've been brought over to the new machine, and he's taking on Harry Plassis in the XW GT Falcon, running for Big H Racing and Aerolec.
That's a sharp little rod. Altered.
There's a lot of polish. There's a lot of polishing going on in the front of that car.
Yeah. Harry Plassis is a long-time racer, engine builder, Big H Racing. Built some really tough cars coming out of that Plassis stable. And Ray Fairfull used to drive, he started off, I think, with just a normal two-valve per-cylinder cross-flow Ford engine in a sedan, in like an X...
it was EA, wasn't it?
EA or EB. Whoa, here he goes.
006 on the tree for Ray, out in front of the Falcon, runs on through for an 828 with a 6. Nice pass, 156 mile an hour for the altered to a 907 with a 4. There's at 151 for Plassis.
Well, if there's any Ray Fairfull there with the 006 reaction, that's the best reaction time we've seen today.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't seen anything about it.
Yeah.
Although this next competitor on the start line, he's no stranger to cutting no light, nor is his son Jesse is down there on the start line. We have James Barnes in the Ford Mustang, a very, very pretty car, this one. 440 cube, Boss power plant on board. Of course, James ran a very nice XR, gold XR Falcon for many years, taking the step up to the Mustang not that long ago, at least with a red light, but that doesn't matter at the moment. 9-1-0 with a 3, 153 mile an hour through the finish line. Nice clean pass.
Yeah, very nice. Sweet run too. He's pulled up at number 7th thus far in this class. Kevin Landry from Oran Park. Morris Minor, Holden 202 up against Andrew Barbara in the Holden FE with a small block Chev 307.
Moving into vintage gas now, Les. This
Yes.
our first pair of the vintage gas cars.
Oh, good.
And Doris the Morris will take the win here. 14.01 with an 8. 81 mile an hour through the finish line.
I passed this this Chev on the back of on a trailer coming in.
Unfortunately, the Chev's just deposited a whole heap of itself on the start line in the form of dust or dirt or something after the burnout.
Oh, was it?
I don't know if it's a little bit more of the patina, perhaps.
It could be a whole lump of paint or something.
No, I'm again being a little cheeky, but big wheel there from the FX Holden. I hope the officials got a good look at the underside of that.
Whoa.
Just stood up on the back tyres, and it looks like Ryan Winley in that Impala getting all crossed up at half track.
Oh, gee, it's got some horsepower.
Either that or it's broken an axle or something. I'm not sure. But
Well, it was over here and then it was down there.
if Ben goes to the number 2 camera, he'll see the tyre marks left by the the Impala in the rocket lane. You can see there from starting around 330 foot, the first orange box that you can see on in the middle. But my attention was taken by the FX Holden with the big wheel stand there.
Was it ever?
Stood it up on the back bumper.
What a beauty.
It was no mean feat.
Oh, there's that mighty Valiant wagon.
A nice car, that one down there. We'll just let Les soak it in, eh?
I'm clawing at the windows. No, really nice car. Got the 440, aren't you? That's a tight fit, that AP5. The last of the narrow body cars was a VC Valiant, and then I went to the VE, and I think they made it 2 inch wider in the between the frame rails, but the body, the guards then started having more metal on the top, and they poked out more. So
what year model is the AP5?
It'll be 64.
I was going to say your mid-60s. It certainly has that style, the styling to it. If you get a chance, ladies and gentlemen, and you're in the pits, check out Doris the Morris. I couldn't read it from up here, but there's usually a message written on chalk on the boot lid on Doris. It's usually somewhat supportive, positive, sending good vibes out there.
Yes, they, yeah.
142 to the 60 for Benjamin Love in the AP5. And runs on through for 981, 137 miles an hour.
And there's the old parachute there. Look at that. Well, Benjamin Love, straight to the top of the qualifying order. Matty Moore from Robin Hill in New South Wales, the 55 Chevy Bel Air. Chev 283. Now, these are the classes where you run small blocks in big, heavy cars. Top Gas from Robin Hill in New South Wales. 283 Chev, only a small block. Probably running, if he was in the US, it'd be probably A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yeah, H gas. There's It runs nice and straight. It goes all right. A 1.22 60-footer for such a big, heavy car and such a small engine. 14,205 at 95.69 miles per hour. Oh, I'd be happy with it. There we go. ET 14.205 at 95 miles per hour. Are we still in this class? I don't know. No, Supercharged Outlaws. Bruno Matajasevic. Wodonga, this will be the HG, I suppose. Yes, the yellow HG. Let me have a look. Just can't see it come out from under the building yet. Up against Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan. Queanbeyan Engine Service, Ford Cortina, running a Ford 410. So, whoa, big burnout. There's Tim. Tim Gruber, a cousin of... Oh, there's Dave, Dashing Dave Gruber there. So it's an all Gruber affair down there. Oh, he's built some good engines, does young Tim.
Well, he's been running this Cortina for quite some time now, hasn't he?
Yeah, a couple of years now. A few. But Bruno Matajasevic from Wodonga in Victoria, it's not a bad area down there. If I was to move into another inland city somewhere, it'd probably be around that Albury, Wodonga. Chrysler's on the Murray next weekend.
Yes.
Not Chrysler's in the Murray, Chrysler's on the Murray.
On the Murray. Well, let's hope none end up in the Murray, because that's not good.
Yeah.
They don't flow too good, Les. A bit heavy.
Bit heavy, yeah.
Heavy.
Okay, Tim Gruber in the rocket lane. Ford Cortina 410. Bruno Matajasevic. Oh, Bruno's car there. TFX.
Yep.
521 cubic inch.
Straight
And,
down the rocket lane. One of those cars had a bit of a pedal on the hit. 721 with a 175 mile an hour for Bruno in the airflow lane there.
I see a lot of ladies getting involved in drag racing. I see that Emma
motorsport in general, there's more and more ladies getting involved. It's good to see.
Good to see.
So we see our next car out will be Brittany Olive in her dragster, Hemi Power dragster, of course, normally running in Supercharged Outlaws.
Yes, running at front engine 1, 2. I don't think
it's not
be.
Front engine.
Isn't it?
She's sitting in front of the engine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, driver in front of engine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd never seen it. Been away for 12 months.
It's the new version of the front engine car.
Is it? Yeah, rightio.
Brittany been running this car for a little while now, but still a lot to get used to when you have that much horsepower under the right foot.
Oh yeah, well, look at that. Look at that. Well, you can see those tyres grow on the burnout. This is a front engine, FE dragster with the Hemi in it. Nice.
We've talked about it before, haven't we, Les, with the engine note of the Hemi. Definitely a very distinctive engine note. Sounds completely different to a big box Chev or a Ford power plant of the same configuration. Much like with other engines, you can tell the difference between, say, for example, an RB30 to a 2J or something along those lines.
Mitsubishi or something like that. Well, see, even with Fords, there's a different firing order between a Windsor and a Cleveland.
Yes. Brittany into full stage now. The tree will count down.
Wow.
Pedaled the throttle right on the hit
What
there,
a-
but runs on through for a 7.26 with a 182 mile an hour. Got moving pretty nicely at the top end, and 7.26 with a 182.
That seemed pretty good. The rest of the crew was they got all smiles. I don't know if that was Brittany's, if that's a PB, but a 7.26 at 182. That's fairly motoring.
Yes, definitely. And it was a good straight pass.
Yeah, wasn't it
there
straight?
Was a stab on the throttle just as she left the start line, but maybe she felt.
Gee, what a very capable lady she is.
Definitely.
7.26 at 182. Not too bad. Oh, is it?
All right, we're moving back into our second round of qualifying now, and we're going to kick off with
Street? Or what's S? Yeah,
yes,
S3.
street, exactly. There for
Yep.
cars running 13 seconds or slower.
Slower.
We have David Blamey and Peter Attard. I think these two ran each other last time. Blamey in the 29 pickup.
Yep. Oh, it is M for Mary. Blamey. Yep. Not Dave Blamey.
Attard away with a very nice reaction time, 0.17. He's gone after the tree on that pass. And looks like the pickup will run around the Tirana at the top end, 14.36 with an 8.99 mile an hour.
Gee, that's not bad. 99.83 miles an hour, nearly that magic 100 miles per hour.
All Ford battle sitting on the
Oh,
start
yeah.
line right now. We have Daniel Wyatt in the fair lane, 408 Cleveland on board, taking on Joe Madej in the also in a Ford fair lane.
Now,
Different models though.
Yep.
347 Windsor for Madej in the Rocket lane.
yeah, Daniel Wyatt there, our number one qualifier in the class, in the street class, with a 12.169. He's done it again now, a 12.062. So he's gone quicker at 114 miles an hour and a 13.27 at 103 miles an hour for his opponent over there in the Rocket lane. Well,
Dave McNamara back for another crack.
yes.
I'm wondering if it was something as simple as not being sufficiently tightened.
Tight, yeah.
Make its way down the Rocket lane for the first pass of the day. Out of the throttle early and runs 11.35 with a 5 at only 103 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yes. So now this class is for cars that run what? Slower than.
Yeah, 13 seconds or slower.
Right. Okay. David Franks.
Well,
bike action.
Vintage bike now. Or classic bike.
Yes. See by.
Classic bike.
Classic bike. That's it. Kawasaki KZ 1428. Oh, this is the one that's the purpose-built race bike. Up against Shane Copping from Mount Colla. Henderson and Shearer had they were great back in the old days. I think one of the last records to fall, and then there was Joe Borgs after that, and then there was Jeff During. He had the speed, but he lost that to another racer. So we're going back a fair time, but crikey, they held it for yonks and yonks up till about 8 years ago, and those guys were racing in the 70s at Castlereagh. All red light there for young Shane.
Sound like Frank's bike not wanting to to shift there.
Oh, now he's got it going,
Got
yeah.
it into gear now, and we'll run on through for a 13.3 at 44 mile an hour. Copping with some issues too, 13.99 with a 7 at 95 mile an hour.
All right, and then now Mark Akers in the Kawasaki GPZ 1100. It's got the bars on the back, so classic bike. I remember those old GPZs and the CBX 1000 six-cylinder Hondas.
Well, Mark way over to the left-hand side of his
Wow.
lane there. Bringing it back closer to the centre of the lane now. And we'll
Gee.
run on through for 10.89 with a 2 at 123.
Oh, that sounded great at the top end there. It's humming. Did you know that Honda made a 6-cylinder 125?
Really?
Yeah, 125 6-cylinder. You know, when your mum sews and that, and they've got those little thimbles?
Yes.
That's about the size of the pistons. There were 6 of them,
Only
right?
125 at,
Yeah.
As a V or an inline?
No, it's same as a CBX. Straight across.
Well, I guess the balls couldn't be too big because the thing would be so wide.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You couldn't corner really well.
Yeah. So you can't. What you're saying is you can't use a barrow motor. No good.
No. Oh, I was sort of,
Yeah. Wow.
did they? Yeah. Oh, yeah, they did. They did. Well, they had a.
You nearly want to stagger the board just to shorten the engine up a little bit.
They had the tank was shaped like a coffin because they called it a coffin box.
Oh, right.
6-cylinder. It was big. You know, everything was big in those days. But they wouldn't go round corners, but now they're fantastic.
Well, I mean, that people said lots of things back in the 70s that wouldn't happen. And
Yeah, that's right. Well, what about that guy in Top Fuel? Mike Salinas, the first guy to go 300 miles an hour over the 8th. Even though they raced to 1,000 feet, the timing isn't set up for half track, so that's why they go to the 8th. They say instead of 500 feet, which the computer doesn't go, their system doesn't go up, neither does ours for 500 feet. But so they go by the 8th, even though the 8th, and then they're only running 1,000 feet instead of 1,320. But still, to go 300 miles an hour, and at his top end speed at 1,000, he only picked up 37 miles an hour.
That's a fair bit to throw on in 100 metres effectively when you're already doing 300.
Yes.
Aaron Betts in the EA sedan down below us. Okay, so that sounds very, very nice. I can see Mr. Ben Gatt walking out through the water box now.
It is too. Oh, gee, that's... Oh, that's...
So, this is one of Benny and his brother Joe's door slammer creation from the mid 90s.
Yes.
We're running the shotgun engine in it.
Yes, that was a great engine. Love
Ran that car very hard for what it was, and had a number of world records at one point.
Yep. Well, people say, oh, you can't, Cleveland won't do this and Cleveland won't do that. Don't say that in front of this man down here.
No, that's a red flag to a ball.
Yes. He'll prove you wrong for a start. Fantastic,
Anyway.
the effort that the Gatt family have put into their drag racing efforts over such a long time. And Benny still asks Sivo. Sivo's been living in Sydney for about 10 years. He still asks Bill Sivertson, when they're going to put a track back in Canberra. Well, they're talking about it now because there's an election at the end of the year.
Right. Well, hopefully the powers that be will make make a decision.
Yeah, it'll be in the negative. Anything that makes a noise, not allowed to have it. Okay. So Aaron Betts. I wonder if... Oh, no, I thought it might have been Steve Betts' young bloke.
No, that's Scotty.
Yeah.
But 3, 4, 5 reaction time for Aaron on the hit.
He's got it going.
Yeah, it's running
Look at that.
Straight down the centre. The shoots out just before the finish line. 790 with a 156 mile an hour.
Not bad.
Well, it was under power all the way down the racetrack. Got off the line pretty nicely as well.
Yeah, it gets that beautiful rear engine dragster coming down the return road. It's got a great handle on it. Oh, a little.
All right, into Top Gas now for their second round of qualifying. We have Steve Dawson in the Ford pickup. He's qualified 20th in the field with a 12.89. He's taking on Paul Gimson in the Holden in the Rocket Lane. Gimson leaving nicely, 175 to the 60.
Yeah, that's not bad either. Oh,
11.1 with the 7, 124 mile an hour. His previous pass was a little bit quicker. And Dawson there, a 12.65 with a 4.
Okay.
In the airflow lane. Keep your eyes on the car in the Rocket Lane.
I always call this guy Dale Inman. Dale Inman was Richard Petty's crew chief for his 7 championships in NASCAR, but that's another story. Peter Begonia. I think that's how you spell it, pronounce it. Holden, VK Commodore, Holden 355. Old Noel gets out there.
Noel looking for quicker than a 10.98.
There he goes.
And gets it, 10.70.
10.70.
Yeah, he got a little bit more serious that time. He must have the wheelie bar on that time because it didn't lift the wheel at all.
No. Well, this will be a good stoush too. That's Alicia Teal over in the Aeroflow lane. She's our number 14 qualifier thus far with an 11.516. And Mark Playfair over in the Rocket lane, 10th fastest qualifier with an 11.21. So not much between these two. Alicia's pretty good on the tree.
Yeah, 0.24.
She does all the work herself, she does on this car.
10.78 with an 8, 124 mile an hour for Playfair to an 11.43 at 118 for Teal in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, here's Barry. Yeah, she was changing wheels down in the pits here one day, and I asked her if she wanted a hand. She said, no, I'm all right. You keep going. Okay.
I don't think the entry detail for the Aeroflow lane is correct.
No, you'd know who Jim Raptis is.
Well, I don't think it's Jim Raptis. However, he does drive a lot of different cars.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure he's in the Tirana.
Yeah. Yes.
Although,
there you go. They must have heard you. Oh, it's moving back, not racing.
Brendan McGinn in the HB, out for another pass.
Sometimes it might pay to have when you go drag racing, is an overflow bottle, so it just doesn't drop onto the racing surface. That's our biggest threat. Any type of liquid, fluid, whatever shape or composition it may be. And they like to make sure that, well, we've seen you see all sorts of accidents in drag racing and all other forms of motorsport, but take a look at that little, it's like a phone booth tee. It's called a centre door, because when you go open the door, you can either turn right and sit down, and then, or turn left and also sit down, but when you turn right, you're the driver. Oh, tough. Nice. To be advised. Yeah, I was, from Bait Haven. He's number 9 qualifier with an 11.021 in Top Gas. Peter Violaris from Oatlands in the Ford XT Falcon wins a 363. He's our number 7 qualifier. No, that's not an XT Falcon. That's what we were talking about before. It's either an LH or an LX Tirana. Oh, gee, he's got it out in front there. Runs at 10.872. Oh, he ran at 10.879 previously, so talk about consistency.
Yeah, pretty well sorted car, that one.
pretty good. Pretty damn good.
Here we have Stuart Gatt in the Chevy Camaro for Wollongong Automotive Services, West End Performance and Pro Street Industries. Our number 5th qualifier in the Aeroflow lane. 496 cute big block taking on Damien McGinn in the HG hold. 071 green for McGinn. Gatt away a fraction too early, 036.
On the red side.
Gatt will take it though, 1087 with a 4, 125 to an 1151 with an 8 at 117.
Okay, still in top gas. We've got Steve Price. Yeah, beautiful in that Ford XY Ute, running a Clevo 408. Still mopping up there, bits and pieces.
Just a reminder that we will be having that Crackle Fest at the conclusion of qualifying, scheduled around 20 past 11 in honour of Howard Nichols down at the Pit Stop Cafe, the Pergola next to the scrutineering shed.
Yep.
So not too far away now, around about, I'll say half an hour, but because the schedule says 20 past 11.
Yep.
But if we finish qualifying early, then that time will be moving forward.
Wow. Rob Matesic in that 67 Camaro, Chevy 454, gets there first. 1061 at 125 and an 1199 at 112 for the Falcon Ute over in the Rocket Lane. There's one of these. David Metasevic in that sharp little Cortina. That's, I'm not a black car fan, but that looks really good because it's just, everything's proportional on that car.
Yeah, it's got nice wheels on it.
Nice wheels on it.
The black with the chrome.
Sits nice.
Yep. Very, very nice street car too.
Oh, yeah.
Driven very regularly on the road, apparently. 004 on the tree for Metasevic. To an 061 for Mark Hopkins.
Oh, 004, so he's... Well, he had
wow,
006 last time. So
closer at the finish line than
yes,
it was.
Look at that.
Hopkins got there first, 10.85 with a 7, 125 mile an hour to an 11.03, I think it was.
Yeah, 11.03. Another nice Cortina. Up against Richard Matasevic. This is Peter Giddens. Ford TD Cortina wins a 347. That was a honker, but Richard Matasevic with that 434 cubic inch Clevo in the XY Ute, distinctive yellow Ute. It's once he gets it off the line past that 60 foot, gee, it really hauls out of there just about now. He'll put some numbers on you. All day, every day. Runs it through for a 10.820 at 125 and an 11.41 at 120. Still very respectable there from Peter Giddens in that little Cortina.
It's interesting that some cars are going quicker and others slowing a little bit. Obviously, it's getting a little bit warmer out there now.
Yeah, that'd be it. Joe Selby. Ford XY Ute, our number 16 qualifier in top gas.
Oh, it's a sedan. It's XY, but I think...
oh, sorry.
It's definitely
Yeah,
not a Ute.
I was thinking of Matasevic's.
11.50, the qualifying time for Selby so far. Bartley in the Aeroflow lane is out of there. Let's see what he can do. 10.61 with a 3, 128 mile an hour. I don't know if that'll be good enough for number 1 spot, but he'll be very close to it. Wow, that went quick.
Wow, yeah, you've got to be quick, yeah. Now, Casey Leonard from Cranebrook in the FC sedan, it sort of went a little bit slow at first there. That's that thing with a big snail hanging off the side of it. Off that Chev 350 up against Vince Maluso. Now, that Holden Kingswood, it ran a 12.20 at 115 before.
Yeah, definitely looking at the Kingswood on the start line, you wouldn't think it's a low 12-second car, would you?
No, you wouldn't. It's
If
you
you're
know, like,
purely going on and you wouldn't think the FC would do that either.
wow.
Blazing the tyres, turn to the left towards the wall and pick the left-hand front up at the same time.
He'll have a big top end.
You're not wrong, 140 mile an hour. 140 mile an hour is like a 9.7 or
a low to mid 9. Oh, wow.
Wow, so someone would think that you've done this before, Les.
Oh, you got to love it, mate. You got to love it. Mitchell Gregory in the rocket lane in the 66 Chevy Impala, running a 496 cubic inch. Neat car it is too.
Yeah,
up against Glenn Ponting in a Morris Minor with a Chevy 350. That sort of scarpered along as well. But watch Mitchell Gregory in that big Impala. Ran a 11.49 at 118. That's a good speed for such a big machine.
Look how quick it gets away from the start line.
Yeah.
Again, 167 to the 60 with an 040 light. No messing about, just weight transfer onto the rear wheels and it's gone.
He's gone quicker.
11.38 with a 9. So yeah, it's dropped nearly a tenth off the previous pass, 119 mile an hour to a 13.22 there for the Morris in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, the action's coming thick and fast now. Oh, there's that Rafe. Oh no, Chris Brown. I wonder if it's any relation to Peter Brown. Don't know.
Not sure.
Bataba.
Say Brown is pretty popular surname.
Yeah, and then it's just pick a name, your first name.
Your family tree.
Yes. Give it a bit of a shake.
It's Ben Matthews in the HD Holden in the Aeroflow lane, out for his first run of the day.
Yeah,
this car not shy of picking the front wheels up either.
Holden 6 litre must have a an LS in it. Perhaps pub. That's
How cool is that Holden on the return road? Such a sleeper.
Yep.
I think apart from the louvers in the bonnet, you'd think...
yeah. Well, that's when you mentioned the HQJ,
yes,
what over there. It's still got the sun visor on it. So.
Yes.
It wasn't a real popular car, but I kind of like the old HD. I like how the wings come out. Wow, look at it go. Oh, Chris Brown's there. Oh, no, he's got it. It's going now, but I tell you what. Oh, look at that. A 9.22 against a 9.17.
I would have thought for sure the Ultra was in front there.
Yeah,
but
same here.
Brown will sit in #1 qualifying spot with a 8.98.
Yep.
Dan Reinminster up next in the 202 Holden powered T-Bucket in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Ben Pike in the C20 pickup.
Yes, there's a whole lot of spectators here. Whoa, look at that.
T-Bucket out in front, 10.38 with an 8.129 miles an hour through the finish line to Ben Pike's 11.30 at 122. So big step up for the C20 there. I don't think he got anywhere near the wheel spin that he did in the first pass.
122 miles an hour. Gee whiz. That's big. That thing's as big as one of those big sandstone blocks you find up along the up near Gosford on the freeway there.
Yep, some of the air disturbance at the finish line, I think, with some of today's cars would be pretty horrific, I think. Oh, Victor Satlegianis in the LH, away with a 006 light, 027 on the boards for Gary Durrington. Victor stays out in front, 9.30 with a 7, 144 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.78 with a 9 at 134 for Durrington.
Yeah, I just Gary's doing well. I wasn't a big fan of those front engine dragster at first, but I'd like something like that just to go racing in. I've never seen it break down. Alan Shuttle. Oh no, yeah.
That's me tapping on wood, or as close as I can find. It's 11X.
Alan Shuttleworth over there in the rocket lane there. He runs us through for a 10.393 at 128.
Wow, that's moving for a big car as well.
Yeah. And a 14.074 at 139 over in Steve's lane there, the Aeroflow lane. There's a sharp-looking little U&I and Gemini there.
It is a very sharp-looking car. Well, I actually quite like the yellow. I'm normally a bright yellow person, but the softer yellow on this example looks fantastic. 308 Holden on board. Qualified 4th so far with a 926 with a 6 at 143. Our number 2 qualifier, and Brett McNiff in the Aeroflow lane for St Mary's engines.
Yep. Tough. He's a tough racer. He and his father and his mother, they were all racers over time. Oh, that little Gemini is scarping along, but not quick enough. Brett McNiff gets there first. 9.09 at 147 and a 9.26 at 143 for that little Gemini over in the rocket lane. Whoa! That looks like Nathan McKenna. No, Bob Moore. Well, there you go.
Same car?
Yeah.
Same make of car?
Same make,
car.
yeah.
Rob taking on Alf Axiak in the rocket lane. Alf running for Axe Motorsports in the RX2. 13B non-turbo on board in this car.
Oh, is it just
6th so far with a 941.
Okay. Rob Moore. Nambucca heads. Well, that's a fair haul. Chevy Nova, big block Chev, 496 up against 2 red lights. Wow. Look at that little rotary, a 927 at 139 miles an hour for Alf Axiak.
Yeah, nice. Just dropped to 10th, 1.2 tenths off his previous qualifying time there.
Yeah.
So a little bit cleaner pass this time. Another first-time qualifier in Paul Watts this time from Berwick Heights in the little Mark 1 Ford Escort.
Oh, your territory, mate.
Yeah, he's got the 422 Cube Chevy on board.
Mate, should leave a Ford in it. Chevy 422 and Stephen Jones from Naminga in the Ford T-Bucket running a Chev 400, our number 7 qualifier with a 9606 at 133 miles per hour in the rocket lane there. Paul Watts yet to post a time.
The Escort pointing at the scoreboards at the moment.
Yes,
so,
straight at it.
Sometimes the drivers preempt the car wanting to turn a particular direction.
Yep.
It's got a fairly decent set of tyres under the Escort.
Yeah, look at it.
007 on the tree for Paul.
Gee, look at that.
Yeah, nice and straight. Runs 9.01 with a 152 miles an hour to a 9.54 with a 1 at 134. Puts him straight up to number 2.
God, 20 miles an hour difference at the top end. Well, it doesn't sound much, but when you get 2 cars, when he's pulling away from you, it's very, very noticeable.
Hang on, we've had a driver change in the Aeroflow lane. We've got Anthony Mastromano in the A model now. It was Ronnie DeBiase.
Oh, yep, that's right. And that little sharp 48 Anglia Ute. I don't know what they call them in Pommyland. We don't care either.
Popular, weren't they?
Yeah, probably.
Popular, I think.
Popular, yeah.
Or Pop.
Yeah, a nice little...
Just popping the front wheels off the deck in both race cars. The A model out in front at the very minute, but I think
look at that
I was just
little
going to say, I
head.
think the Elio came around him at the top end. 984 with an 137 mile an hour. Picked up another car that went quick, went two tenths quicker than the previous pass.
Yeah, and a 1052 at 116 for sale, 3701.
Okay, it's a car coming up, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, that
Zoran.
no, it might have been Rob Moore's car, is it? It was.
I know we did see a big for sale sticker
So-
on Rob Moore's car.
Yeah.
Alison Stewart in the rocket lane in the front engine dragster. It's our number 2 qualifier so far. Running for LA Racing, Lubricants, Crackling Pipes, Photography, and Madman Productions. Also for
Madman, is he still around? Look at that, must be.
I haven't seen him physically for a little while, but yeah, I believe he's still around.
Yeah.
And we have Zoran in the Aeroflow lane. The Barra-powered Falcon.
Oh, what a superb engine. Wow! A sedan out in front. No! Rounded up at the last second. 860 to an 870.
Yeah, nice. 300s across the finish line there, Les.
Yes, oh yeah, good pickup. 3701.
Is Ray Fairfield's T-Bucket.
Yep.
I've seen this for sale on Marketplace.
Marketplace. Oh yeah. Gee, that's popular at Marketplace, isn't it?
Just because it's free, that's why it's
Yeah.
popular.
That terrific 4-letter word, FREE.
Although, not being critical, the search engine does leave a little bit to be desired sometimes.
Yes.
But I did see Ray Fairfield's car on Marketplace.
Yeah, right.
So if you're looking for a pretty tough altered, our number 1 qualifier at the moment, 406 cubed Chevy on board, lots of polished aluminium, very nice looking car. Jump on the old Marketplace. I'm sure if you search altered or T-Bucket, it'll come up. Taking on Joe Sorbello in the rocket lane.
He's not that far behind, you know.
No, not for a sedan versus an altered. The altered would be carrying a lot less weight down the racetrack. 826 for the 1 for Fairfield there, 158 mile an hour to a 903 with a 5 at 146 for Sorbello.
Yeah, both races there highlighted in red, which previously indicated that when it was highlighted, that was their quickest time. So, Ray Fairfield still at the top of the tree, and Joe Sorbello that we saw just go down in the rocket lane. He's still in number 5 position. So there's 1 to 8 in this class, 8 cars in it.
I tell you what, Les, if you're looking to grab some merch from today's race meeting,
yes,
go and check out the merch store, which I believe is open at the top of the stairs on the Western Mound, or that's where the merch store is usually located. Sometimes there's I'll use the word pop-up version down in the pits, but we have shirts and stubby holders available today, as well as...
yes, just a bit of from Castlereagh in New South Wales. Well,
did have some issues in his first pass out here.
Yes, he did.
But looks like he's got it up and running again, taking on Paul Sabato in the HQ Monaro. This car absolutely beautiful down there on the start line.
Yeah.
In the early morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. 515 cubes of big block Chevy on board for Sabato. Supercharged small block for Matt Smith.
Yes, in that little LJ. Let's see if Matt can... he hasn't recorded a time yet. Now he's going to. Look at that. Hey, look at that, look at that. He's way out. Oh, nice job. 8.577 at 153 and an 8.978 at 150 for Paul Sabato over there in the Rocket Lane. Matty Smith is now number 2 behind. Oh, well, that makes 2 similar styles of cars there. Matt Smith and Ray Fairfield. There, Ray Fairfield number 1 with an 8.2. Matty Smith an 8.5. Alison Stewart an 8.6. Also, Zoran and a bunch of Scrabble letters, 8.690. And Emma Attard. That was who it was. Emma Attard. That's
yeah.
Nice.
The midfield there is quite tight.
Very tight
in the times.
Yeah. Well, you see, you could run an index just for those people.
Nelly, yes, there's 5 cars there that would very closely compete on an index type format.
Yep. Yes, it'll be like super gas, but watching those the cars in the over in the US, they're very, very close. Oh, and another thing, Kenny's daughter, she races in Fastest Cars of the Dirty South, that program.
Yes.
Yeah, she races, she's in that. And the guy, Eric Malone, we went to the launch over in Muscle Shoals in Alabama, and that's when the program was released just before COVID there. And but Kenny's daughter, sometimes it's father and daughter in the final of a lot of the races, and she's beaten him, on a number of occasions. She's a nurse, and really nice lady too. So
I think it just shows that anybody's beatable. It
Yeah.
just comes down to driver skill and, of course, the car setup and of course, the money that's been put in it to make it perform.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I sort of watch a couple of those programs. There's not much else on the TV for me. So I've been told to give up on the political side of things.
Oh, yes.
It's like
that'll help with
it's
your stress.
like being, like religion and stuff like that. And but I will speak for climate change. 3701 for sale.
So that's Ray Fairfield's Altered is for sale. So if you like the look of that car and want to go and check it out, go down and
down the pitch, you'll find it.
Have a bit of a sticky beak.
Yeah.
And if you like what you see, maybe throw him an offer and see what he says. Worst he can say is no.
Yes, that's right. And he'll say it real nicely. If it doesn't,
he should do. In all fairness, as long as your offer is fair. That's really
that's right.
That is a two-way street.
Yes, very much.
So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we can't be too far away from our Crackle Fest being held in honour of Howard Nichols down at the Pit Stop Cafe Pergola next to the scrutineering shed. It is now just past 11.
Yeah, just past. Oh, yeah.
And Les and I won't be too far away from coming back in to commentary with not eliminations, but racing. Most of our categories are running on a Chicago shootout style format.
Which is good. You'll get to see them.
Yes, exactly right. They will all get a number of rounds. It looks like our middle eliminator class is eliminations, as is our top eliminator.
Oh, is it?
Saying 3 of 5. So
3
that's
of 5,
telling me that it's that it is a elimination style format.
Yep. Oh wow!
But we will be having time in the schedule for some grudge racing. So if you do get eliminated early on, or no longer want to compete in the Chicago shootout, feel free to join the one. I assume that one of the lanes in the staging lanes will be our grudge lane, and come out and have a crack at that.
Yeah, have a go, and then if you like tomorrow, I think it's the Sunday street session.
That's exactly right. If you want to come out to Sydney Dragway in your daily,
Yep.
daily car, want to see what it runs,
Yep.
you might not be able to get here on a Wednesday night due to work
Yep.
commitments
That's
or
family.
family, whatever it might be.
Yep.
The Sunday street meets usually a good day here at Sydney Dragway where we basically just come out and run down the quarter mile, test the car out. You do it in a safe environment. Pretty straightforward. You just need a car or a motorcycle. You need a long sleeve top, long pants, covered shoes.
Yes, covered shoes,
and an approved helmet.
Yep. Yes, that's it's not a helmet that someone's discarded and you've picked it up off the curb.
It needs to be an in-date
Yes.
approved helmet. If you need more information on that, check out the track's website.
Yes, it'll tell you.
For that category of racing, the helmet can be somewhat, I'll use the word basic. It doesn't have to be a $1 million carbon fibre helmet, unless that's what you really want. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's a $300 helmet or a $5,000 helmet. They're still only valid for 5 years.
Yep, and as long as it's got the
Appropriate
ASNZS.
Yes, that's right. There's 2 standards, so it just needs to meet either one of those.
Yep.
And you can come out here and have a race.
Yep. This will be good.
019 on the tree for Harry Plassis in the Falcon, but the Tirana sticking with him. And the Tirana gets there first by 500ths. There's 892 with a 4, 151 mile an hour to a 906 with a 3 at 151.
Both in the 151. One at 0.85 and the other one at 0.26. So, how close was that? Wow. Here's James Barnes in top eliminator. Ford Mustang. Boss 440. Our number 9 qualifier in the class in top eliminator. Our number 9 qualifier with a 9.103 at 153. Oh, a 001. If there's a reaction time prize today, I'm not saying there is, but if there is, it will be very, very close. Runs it through for an 8.737. 8.737 at 154.39 miles an hour for James Barnes. Gee, what an improvement.
Yep, moves him up to number 5 in the qualifying list. Was in number 9.
Yeah, it was way back, wasn't it? Oh, mighty Mopar. Oh. Benjamin Love from Armidale. That's a fair drive down as well. Valiant AP5, wagon, 440. Andrew Barbara. Hannah Barbera. No, it's Barbara. Holden FE, small block Chev 307. Unusual colour scheme with the gunmetal grey and the blue roof.
It looks really
But it
nice
does.
on the Starline,
is.
especially with the chrome highlights, the bumpers and all the window mouldings, etc.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Benjamin Love's car looking pretty cool as well with the supercharged 440 hanging out the bonnet.
Yeah.
Our number 1 qualifier with a 981 at 137.
And Andrew is number 5 qualified with a 14.212. Wow. That.
Yeah, Love left the start line very nicely, but I think Barbara with some issues, Les.
Yes.
946 with a 0, 141 mile an hour. So he's chopped
4 tenths.
nearly 4 tenths.
Tenths off, nearly 3.5 tenths.
3.5 tenths off his PB there for the day. And Barbara with some continuing issues in the rocket lane. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are also live streaming this event via the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel and, of course, our Facebook channel. You can either watch it live and feel free to comment on our comment section if you sign in.
Yes.
Or if you're wanting to, if you're down in the pits or whatever it might be and you want to keep an eye on what's going on the racetrack, you can log into there and watch it on your phone or tablet, whatever it might be. Or if you want to watch it later tonight when you're at home, you can certainly log back onto
Whoa, look at that
YouTube.
Chevy, will you?
Yeah, I did that last time. Again, depositing some more debris of some form onto the racetrack.
Oh, Doris is just sauntering on.
Yep.
She runs a 13.783 at 90.30.
Yeah, so 4/10 difference there, or
Yes,
thereabouts for Doris and Morris. Big pickup.
Yes.
And a 15.19.
No, it's Summer Nats is next year. Matty Moore. 55 Chevy Bel Air with a 283 in it, up against Dale Roughly. Chevrolet small block Chev 327. If the Sydney Dragway wasn't as as sensational as it looks, if you got rid of a few things and stuff like that, it'd be real. You'd think you were back in the 50s.
Yeah,
and
if
60s.
we had black and white glasses on.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a little bit of a bang there for Dale Roughly on the start line in the aeroflow lane. And there's a small amount of something right where I think the diff or the rear tail shaft might have been. Oh, no.
No, there it goes.
Just looking at the...
Well, Matty Moore went down in a 14.001. His best was a 14.205, so he's picked up there and just over not quite half a mile an hour. But Dale Roughly there runs it finally through for a 31.981, which is not indicative of the performance of the car. So he stays in number 7, and Matty Moore there in number 4 position in that eliminator bracket. Or gas, whatever it was. I can't remember now. What was it?
It would have been...
top eliminator, where are we? No, we haven't
Well, we've just
We
finished
haven't had the bikes
what-
yet.
Yeah, I think this is another run for Joe Madej and Daniel Wyatt in their fair lanes.
Yes. Oh, there's a really nice galaxy down at the foot of the stairs too.
Yes.
When you're coming down from the western side, down near where the ice cream man usually parks. There's a beautiful galaxy there, about a 63. A lot of sheet metal in there, those cars.
Yes, very much so.
Remember those old Thunderbolts with that little bulge on the bottom?
Yes.
They were neat.
One of those running around across the road for some time. Always wondered how he'd go with the braking. Of course, I think they run a rear drums on that thing, so the drums wouldn't be very happy at the end of a race, I dare say.
Oh, here we go. Daniel Wyatt there. I think he's just nosed in front there. Runs a 12.30 at 111 and a 13.29 at 103 for Joe Madej. Dave Blamey from Katoomba in the Ford A pickup. Nice little unit that is too. Up against Peter Addard. We've got all these Addards here today. Must have a family race day. From St Clair in New South Wales in that LJ Tirana. Just left just a little bit early. 6-cylinder car. Dave Blamey. Got a small block Ford 351. Can't tell you, that's probably a Windsor. Oh, close there. Oh, Peter Addard gets there first. A 15.052 at 94 miles an hour and a 14.66 at 89 miles an hour for Dave Blamey over there in the Rocket Lane. Damien Flood hasn't recorded a time, so he's coming in late in the qualifying session. Let's see how he goes here. An 8.94 reaction time, that's nearly 1 second, but it seems to be going all right. It's got a Chevy 350 in it. See, that's what he peels off, a 14.84 at 93 miles an hour. Sweet. Well, he says the times, once he gets used to, you see, the time doesn't start as soon as the green light comes on. It's when you trip the beam. That's when it starts. Bit of motorcycle action now. Mark Akers in the Rocket Lane. Kawasaki GPZ 1100, number 1 qualifier, 6902. These are the ones that were marked over the 8th mile. But we've got 1089 and 11530, so I'm not quite sure. Here we go. Mark Akers is off. Oh, and Shane Copping. Now they're going the full quarter this time.
Yep, 1076 with a 7:124 for Akers in the Rocket Lane, Les. And Shane Copping a 14:07 there. I'm sure he's run a lot faster than that in one of the meetings that he and Brett came out to.
Huh? Okay.
He wasn't as fast as Brett, but he was quicker than the 14 seconds.
Right.
So maybe there is some issues with Shane's bike.
Yeah.
Or maybe my memory is just not right.
Yeah.
Either quite possible.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is if these guys don't run on a consistent basis during the year and they just dust the cobwebs off for events like this, well, there's bound to be sort of like spiders being woken up and things like that that tend to gather in all sorts of nooks and crannies.
Yeah, like the ones that get in our
Yeah.
sensors every now and then.
Wow. Look at that, 10:48 at 124 miles an hour for bike number 655. Well, there's number 3 in the bracket. Mark Akers is his first. Ross van der Hoek. That was Ren Hoek. From Ren and Stimpy. Damien McGinn in the Holden HG in the Rocket Lane and up against Brendan McGinn. So it looks like a family affair there in Top Gas. Holden HB Tirana Chevy 350. Oh, gee, I tell you what, that HG's nice. Oh, with a 383 in it. It's singing. 11:26 at 119 for Damien McGinn in the Rocket Lane, and that's the beige-ish sort of colour that Steve and I alluded to earlier on, we mentioned. And Brendan McGinn, a 13.76. Right. Peter Begonia, Holden VK Commodore, Holden 355. Up against Mark Playfair. Now that car of Mark's, that Holden WB Ute, or 1 tonner, whatever they want to call them. Oh, I tell you what, that Commodore's getting a bit of a move on this time. It won't be so much. Oh, a 12.008 for Begonia and an 11.216. So, wow. Oh, Peter Begonia's moved up to 12th. Alicia Teal over in the Rocket Lane there, the Holden HQ. Well, it's got coupe here, Chevy 383. Up against Steve Dawson in the pickup. Oh, she's gonna hold a position. Yeah, runs it through 11:43 at 118 in the Rocket Lane and an 11:80 at 116.15 for Stephen Dawson. So they're 16 and 19. 16 is Alicia Teal and Dawson 19th. That's their position. Robert Matesic, 67 Chev Camaro, 67. You can tell it's a 67 because it's got a quarter vent window. That's the this distinction you make between a 67 and a 68. 68's just got one glass panel. Stuart Gatt from Fig Tree in that Chevy Camaro 496, our number 6 qualifier. But Robert Matesic in that Camaro there. These are the guys that were out first, I think, in the first qualifying session, both of them. Robert Matesic over in the Rocket Lane is our number 2 qualifier with a very stout 10.618 at 125. Not sure what's happened to Stewart's car, but I hope it's nothing big, as we see Rob Matesic at 10.68 with a 4 at 125.48, and his previous was 125.68. Oh no, just they're looking down at some bit of fluid there. Was hoping there wasn't any metal in there, but we'll see if Stewie get there takes. No. Oh, Noel Inman. That looks like an Undertaker's car. Joe Selby in the Ford. It's not a ute. In the sedan. I should have looked at the car the first time, but got it right this time. From Wood Rising in New South Wales. 17th qualifier with 11.46 with a 9 at 118, and Noel Inman, our number 4 qualifier, 10.70 at 122. 10.709 is his best. Yeah, he's got the wheelie bars on, so what's this thing go? It's a contradiction of everything, that Noel Inman's car. He'll get there first, runs at 10.62. That's his best today at 122, and 11.40. That's his best Joe Selby as well at 118.48. So Noel Inman stays at number 3 and Joe Selby stays at number 15. Mark Hopkins. Trying to get those wheels to smoke there in the Rocket Lane up against Tony Napoli. 72 HQ GDS Chevy 454.
If only.
Yeah, but Mark Hopkins, he's now Tony Napoli with that Holden there, and he's with a big block in it. He's number 9 qualifier, and Mark Hopkins down over here in the Rocket Lane, our number 7 qualifier.
The Tirana would be substantially lighter than the HQ,
Yes.
I dare say.
He'll just have the power to weight advantage, I would presume. A 10.87 at 124 for the Rocket Lane, and a 10.95 at 121.
Yeah, well, look at Hopkins there. There's a string of 10.87s
Yeah.
in his qualifying. So no doubt in my mind why he was featuring in the top 2 for the last year's Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series.
Oh, right, okay. Yes, I didn't get the opportunity. I think I came up as a spectator for one of them.
Oh, yes, you were crewing with Mr. Gruber.
That's right,
Or was
yeah.
that Mr. Gruber?
No, that's Tony Wadley's job. And I was with Bruce Ritchie.
Oh, yes, you were too. I remember now.
Remember that? Okay, Peter Villaris. Rocket Lane, a 10.87 at 123. And 11.365 at 120 for Peter Giddens.
Paul Gibson in the Holden Monaro 437 cubed Chevy on board for him. He's number 10 qualifier so far with an 11.02. Taking on, it is Jim Raptus.
Yeah. And the phone number he's got is an American one.
Not sure what the geo is there.
No,
Yes.
I mean,
Whoa! Oh, look at the twist.
Did
on
you
the,
see that
normally,
twist?
Normally the HQs don't twist up like that.
No.
It's normally reserved for Cortinas to do that. Drive the right-hand side of the car into the ground while lifting the left right up.
Yeah, look at that. Okay.
11.005 for the big Monaro.
And a 12.13 at 116 for that little Barracuda, 67 Barracuda. I had to check there when I saw that car and took a photo. I had to check the tail light and see what year model it was, but it is a 67.
They're a cool looking car, the Barracuda. I can see why they're so popular.
Yeah.
Very Mustang-esque.
Esque, yes. Yeah, they're really nice. They're only available for 67, 8 and 9, and then they went to the Barracuda, like the E-body, which was, oh, gee whiz, that's was something like nearly 4 inches wider.
Really, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a lot, yeah. Oh, there's that big beat body Impala. Chevy 496 up against David Matasevic in that 75 Ford Cortina with a Windsor 347. He's our number 11 qualifier with an 11.03 at 124. And Mitchell Gregory in that big Chevy Impala, 11.38, our number 15 qualifier, 11.38 at 119. Well, this should be a fairly good, not much, only 4 cars difference between them. Oh, Matasevic there. Yeah, well, he's got less weight to move from a standing start. He runs it through 11.025 at 123 and an 11.53 at 119 for Mitchell Gregory. Yeah, that's a nice look at GTS. I do like it. And there we go, these two now. Richard Matasevic from Bringelly and the distinctive Ford XY Ute. Clevo 434 out in front at the moment, up against Vince Maluso. Matasevic gets there first at 10.76 at 125 and an 11.85 at 116 for Vince Maluso over in the Aeroflow lane. Wow. There's a what was he? Oh no, that nice little Charlie Attard and Dan. Is that RY or RU? RY. Right, Neister or Neister.
It's a little bit of a tricky one, but
yeah,
running the Holden 6-cylinder on board, 202.
Yep, very respectable time too. He's now number 14 qualifier with a 10.38 in middle eliminator at 129 miles an hour, and Charlie Attard in the Aeroflow lane, our number 11 qualifier with a 9.86 at 135. Not much between these two either. But Charlie Attard being the quicker of these two, he's our 11 against our number 14 qualifier. Oh.
The altered away nicely, 091
Yes.
on the tree. Issues for Attard.
Very much so. A little 202 powered little bucket that goes through at 10.43. Not his quickest time, he's run a best of 10.38, but still at 129 miles an hour. Charlie Attard, is facing some issues there, and we hope he gets it sorted out for the rest of the program. Oh, there's it. That's a monster. That thing's got to weigh nearly 3 tonne.
It wouldn't be too shy of that.
No.
I think.
Nice part of New South Wales too. Toolong. There's Tailong and then Toolong.
Just to confuse everybody.
Yes, just so one's got one L and the other's got 2 L's.
Dorrington in the front engine drag, so 202 on board for him as well.
Yeah, sharp little car. Saw that. Oh, bit early.
Only just 022 red. Oh, a lot of smoke out of
yes.
Ben Pike's C20.
He's on the picks already.
It was round about half track. It's not a good sign.
No.
Flashing lights there with.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. What the jury finds. Sometimes it's well, I wouldn't think you'd find a breather pipe on a 540. These in modern times, being a late model engine, sometimes the earlier Holdens and Fords and things like that one had a breather pipe, and they used to smoke a lot. I hope that it's not a very big issue for that beautiful C10, long wheelbase C10.
I can't see anything on our track cameras.
Yep.
But if it is a fine spray, you're not going to see that.
No, it's something. I mean, there could have been a rupture in a line that's got onto the exhaust pipes or something like that, because the track walkers are back over the wall. So, and I can see the little quad bike just there in the braking area there. Just the guy, the driver there, just picked something up from the track, and he's going somewhere else. Well,
well, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
For everybody involved.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, he's coming over this side now. Just checking. Yeah, well done. We don't want bits of metal lying down there when guys are hurtling down there at 140, 150 miles an hour. It's the last thing you want to happen.
Next up we have Ben Matthews in the HD Holden, taking on Christopher Brown in the Ford Altered.
Yeah, I like that HD Holden. If I was to do up a next car, which I don't think I will, I'd like to do up an S-Series Valiant.
I thought you said you were going to do a HD Holden. I'm like, what?
No. Oh, gee, mate, I mean, I like them, but...
all your cars finished?
Yes, I've just got to get... my Charger's finished, my BM's finished. Well, my BM only put a set of wheels on it, lowered it, and put a sports tune in it.
Yoo-hoon.
Yep.
That's your 850 or whatever it is?
No.
The green one?
Yeah, 535.
Okay.
Yeah. I did have an 840, which is the same as an 850,
yes.
You know, the big wide.
But they run the V8 instead of the V10, wasn't it?
Yeah, V12.
Oh, 12. Okay.
Yeah, it's a V12.
Looks like some issues for Christopher Brown out on the start line. We're going to let him sit there. Looks like Ben Matthews will go on a solo.
Gee, nice and straight, Steve.
Yeah, 135 on the to the 60. It usually carries the front end quite well, that car.
Yeah. 924 at 143. He has gone just slightly quicker and just slightly faster. Well.
Looks like we might have to just extract that alternate from the 60-foot mark there in the rocket lane. I tell you what, Les, while they're doing that, we might just throw to a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with the remainder of qualifying. Of course, don't forget the Crackle Fest happening down in the pits right about now, or very close to now.
Yes, it's 11:30.
So it should be a pretty good spectacle. I'm not sure how many cars are on down there, but anything with nitro, even if it was only one, it's still worth going down and having a look.
Yeah.
All right, so Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly. Day of the Drags 2024. We're just about completed qualifying, and we'll be moving into racing in the not too distant future.
Yes, and that'll be a close.
Correct. We won't worry about the ads now, Ben. Sorry. Had you on tender hooks there for a good 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Had the fingers poised.
Steve
had the fingers poised.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's a little Gemini. Jaden Millen. Or him. Granville. Holden Gemini. Holden 308. 308, the mighty 30. The Lobster motor. Oh, there's that big Chev Alan Shuttleworth's car. Reminds me of that Ford Pilot that belonged to...
Yeah, I know the perfect
You know the
roofing.
one?
The perfect roofing. I should be shot for not knowing his name. I've only
Oh,
called it for the
yeah,
last 10 years.
No.
Now in the Telstar.
I'll think of it in a minute. But anyway, he ended up buying. I think he bought
A Ford Telstar.
someone Field.
Yes, Jason Field.
Jason Field.
There you go. We work as a team. We get there eventually.
Yeah, that's it.
What's that sound?
Good on you, mate.
What's that sound there? It's the cogs grinding in reverse.
Yeah. Oh, Gemini's out in a 005. Nice shooting, Tex. Oh, he's on a good run here, a 925. His best was a 926 with a 5.
Yeah, and in 926 with a 6.
Yeah, and a 1051 at 120 for that Shuttleworth. Another big car. A lot of metal work there. Oh, we've got Victor Satlogiannis. This is still middle eliminator. And Steve Jones in the Ford T-Bucket over there in the rocket lane, the little white machine, running a Chevy small block 400. People get a bit, they say, how come a big block's 396 cubes and you have a Chevy 400, which is bigger than a 396? But you've got to look at the engine family. It's not just, they didn't make a 396 on purpose to be smaller than a small block 400. It's just the way that the motor industry went at the time, and you could get a small block 400. So, but you've got to have a look at the family. So, yeah, well, a big block Chev starts at 396 for a big block. Here we go. This should be a good run. It's number 7 versus number 8 in the qualifying order in the class. Middle eliminator. Oh, Satlogiannis out with a 022 in the Tirana. I think he'll hold on to that lead. It's Stephen Jones may not. No, I don't think so. Victor gets there first, a 931 at 144 and a 949 at 134 for Stephen Jones, which leaves them still in 7th and 8th position, respectively. Now, we've got, I know where Helensburgh is. That's on the way to the Gong.
Yes.
On the left-hand side, travelling down there. Yeah, nice little development there, the Ford Anglia, and that is a very sharp car. It doesn't have a wide track.
No. All standard sheet metal on the back of the car, which they barely even ran a mudguard. They do have a mudguard, but it's only basically a bump in the body, effectively, standard-wise. But
right.
Out in front at the moment.
Yes,
on the
he's on
early.
the picks. I wonder why that is.
Not sure. 988 with a 4 for the Anglia. 137 mile an hour to a 979 with a 3 at 96 mile an hour.
Yeah, well, he washed a lot of speed off.
Did on the brakes very early.
There's that green
RX2.
RX2, yeah. Well, when you go to Adelaide, at Euston, there's a place called the Rotary Rooster Roaster.
Say that for
yeah. That's what I call these things. It's a chicken thing, like on a spit.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
034 on the tree. Banging through the gearbox. To an 116.5 track. Runs through the finish line. 930 with a 139 miles an hour.
That's out of something that's only about that long.
Yep. I'm noticing on social media there's a lot more people playing with quad rotor engines.
Yes,
now.
yeah. Funny you should mention that.
And they're a completely different sound as well.
Yeah.
The 12A is different to the 13B, and then the 20B is different to the 13B, and the 26A, I think they call it, or 26B is the quad engine, which was never developed for a passenger vehicle by Mazda, as far as I'm aware.
No.
They were for racing, but not for a passenger vehicle.
No, well, there was a Holden Roadmaster that was released in Japan, it was a HJ Holden with a rotary in it. And
Actually, the rotary went into a number of different cars.
Yeah.
Didn't it? They were in all sorts of things.
yeah. It was either a Pacemaster or a Roadmaster, I can't remember, but yeah, it was a HJ with a rotary, and you lifted up the bonnet and you,
Where's
yeah, where's the motor?
I think, probably the biggest thing with those from the factory is their reliability more than anything.
Yeah.
No doubt that they're good at making horsepower. They're just for servicing and bits and pieces. It's a bit tricky.
Ooh, Emma got there first. A couple of ladies there duking it out, an 891 at 151 miles an hour for Emma Addard, and an 865 at 151.43 for Alison Stewart in the Aeroflow lane. Is that Jeff down there with the propeller gyro gear loose cap on?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I've been wearing this hat around for a while. How very apt. Joe Sorbello.
Maybe it could hand them out at work.
Yeah. The Ray Fair.
6 on the tree for Fairfield. I think that's his third or fourth 00 light.
Oh, yeah, look at that. He's
Runs through for an 8.25 with a 7, 159 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah.
To Sorbello's 9.03 with a 7.
all right. Yeah, Joe Sorbello is there. Yeah, 890. He's usually been around that 880, 890, hasn't he? 148.20. I like that Monaro down there, that two-door. All Monaros are two-door. No, they're not. Oh, nearly made a blue then. Oh, well, they're a Holden GTS. I don't think they're a Monaro. There's no... Oh, gee, I'll have to consult some of the GMH people. Anyway, it's Ford versus Holden. Paul Zapato and Harry Plessis. Plessis in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, 2 red lights. Oh, 004 for Plessis, which means he left later. Oh, who gets there first? Oh, Paul Sabato, 8.96 at 150 and a 9.14 at 151 for Harry Plessis over in the Aeroflow lane. So Paul Sabato there, a 8.96 with a 5 at 150.88. And that's the 2 best times for those 2 combatants there. Oh, like that XA Falcon. You don't see many of them around.
Very clean example.
Very, very nice.
Only a few more minutes left of qualifying here this morning in Day of the Drags 2024. We will then have the Cracklefest down in the pits, of course.
Yep.
And then return to racing at around about 12:15. So we'll have a short lunch break. 002 on the tree for James Barnes in the Aeroflow lane.
Look at that Falcon go. No, he couldn't make up the difference.
No, and a 8.69 with a 1.55 for James Barnes in the Aeroflow lane to an 8.89 with a 5 at 149 miles an hour out of that Barra 6-powered Falcon in the Rocket lane.
Gee, 2 tenths off. Not bad. There's that. Oh, that's Valiant's set up as a gasser. I think it's Armadale, yeah. I see on some of the reels that come up on Facebook and things like that, there's that data tack. You know, you get a collage of pictures of all sorts of cars, and that that data tack that
was built by Garth Bell.
Garth Bell, that's right.
I assume that's the car you're talking about, with the heavy metal flake and the gold leaf writing on the side. Garth doesn't own the car anymore.
No,
but,
no.
The new owner's still doing the show scene with it.
Yep.
But
pretty amazing to think that, well, Garth he's nursed that thing through the registry office, the motor registry office, and got it all set up, and got it all approved, and then sold it. There goes that fellow.
Yeah,
It's
nice
gone.
pass for the Valiant. Through the finish line, a 9:41 with an 8, again quicker.
Yeah, and they're quicker
1:42.
and faster.
Yep.
Wow. And
1:37 to the 60. Doris the Morris, 14:87 with a 6.
yeah, it's not too bad for it, like just.
Well, I think he had some issues there in
Yes.
that run. He had run quicker. Matt Moore just giving the 283 Chevy a workout.
Yeah, that XA Falcon you see coming before you race fans. Barra powered. You wouldn't know it. Oh, here goes these two. Vintage gas is the class. We've got Andrew Barber in the rocket lane. It looks, and Matty Moore in the aeroflow lane. Matty Moore will get there. He does get there first. 13.871 at 97 and a 15.527. Oh, this is the big wheel stander.
Yes, Simon
Adricum.
Adricum.
Yep.
In the FX Holden.
He used to race something before Simon Adricum. He was when this facility first opened. He was, gosh, all that time ago, 20 years ago. Whoa, there it goes. He's got the wheelie bars on. He's got it set up.
Lucky he does. There's a fair distance between
Look
the
at it
ground and
go.
the wheels, though. And 9:88 with a 0.137.
Oh, look at that. He ran a best before of 10.27. 9.88. Oh, yeah, that's a sharp green colour. It might be a Porsche colour. Signal green.
Scribbled in and he said top eliminator is going to be Chicago now, did he?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that concludes our qualifying here for this morning. There's no more cars in the lanes that I can see.
Nope.
And I believe that, as I say, that is the conclusion of qualifying. We'll be back with some racing at 12:15 for the first round of Chicago Shootout and racing this afternoon, of course. Don't forget, you can head down into the pits, check out the Crackle Fest, which is about to get underway. I'm sure you'll hear the cars turning over and firing into life very, very shortly. Don't forget, you can stop by the track shop, grab yourself a shirt and or a stubby holder. And Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. Speak to you soon.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, race fans alike. Now it's go time or show time. We've got a couple of supercharged outlaw cars here. Just about to back up. Front on down, Aaron Betts from Thirlmere in New South Wales in the Ford EA sedan, running a Hemi 540. That's in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with a 710, Brittany Olive from Hasselgrove in the FE Dragster, also running a Hemi. That's in the rear. This is qualifiers number 2 in Brittany Olive and qualifier number 3, Aaron Betts. Dialed in, Brittany Olive dialed in at 670. Aaron Betts dialed in at 710. 710 over in the Rocket Lane is slower than 670. So the sedan you'll see take off first. Then it'll be up to Brittany. Probably one light, well, there will be one orange light difference between the two, and Brittany Olive will then take off in half-speed pursuit. Oh, this is going to be close, folks. I think the sedan's going to outlast a 7410, a 77410 at 185. And a 954 at 92.17 there. Brittany Olive there, I think she had some issues just off the start line, probably around at the at about half track there, about the 8th mile, and only recorded 92.17, whereas Aaron Betts stormed on through for a 741, best time that Aaron has run all day at 185 miles an hour. His previous best was 156. So he's gone nearly 30 miles an hour difference between his best run and this run. So, and this run was his best. So he'd be really, really pleased with that. So, Brittany Olive. Now this is Supercharged Outlaws, and I think they might be on a Chicago shootout, which means that if it is, I'll find out of the meeting director, find out what it is. There's a qualifying. Chicago shootout to Supercharged Outlaws. Yeah, so it's the winner scores top points, and then whoever after 3 rounds of, because they all got to come out again. So you'll get to see them all 3 times. You'll get to see them all 3 times. And that's the good part about a Chicago shootout, where you gain maximum points for a win. And we see Lindsay Churchill. Well, Lindsay hasn't done a... Oh, there we go. Lindsay Churchill from Chifley in New South Wales. Dialed in with a 695. Well, his cars, he would have picked that. He hasn't run here today, but he's picked a 695 dial-in. Tim Gruber over there in that little Queanbeyan Engine Services Ford Cortuna, running a Ford 410 with his nephew, I think it's his nephew, or cousin, Dave Gruber, at the back here. Dave Gruber's a pretty tough competitor in Super Sedan, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was up at the pointy end of the field in the track championships, the Speed Addict Clothing championships we have here on a monthly basis, or as the weather gets cooler, probably on every 2nd month. But anyway, that's the Gruber. He's been our number 2 qualifier. He's dialed in with a 755. Now, he's run a best of a 793, and now he's dialed in with a 755. Lindsay Churchill, so you'll see the little Cortuna get the head start because it's slower. Lindsay Churchill, whom I went over to... he did a tour with a couple of other guys of New Zealand in 2006, and I was there for doing commentary duties for the 2006 Nationals, their New Zealand Drag Racing Association, NZDRA, and Lindsay Churchill and a couple of other guys. Here we go, there goes Tim. Oh, I don't think... No, Lindsay's not going to make it. No, Tim Gruber goes through for a 766 at 169. Best run all day. Lindsay Churchill there, a 732 on his 695. So he was a bit off song there. A bit late getting out of the hole too. A .192 reaction time for Lindsay Churchill. And a 0.41. If you're going to leave, if you're going to race and you want to leave pretty sharp, you want to at least 1 0 in front of your number. So if you get a 00, it makes it very harder for your opposition if they don't do the same. But great win there by Tim Gruber. Bruno Madajasevic from Donga. This will be the HG, the yellow car. Been a really, really reliable car for Bruno. He comes up here a lot in it too. He's our number one qualifier. So it appears we only have 3 cars, and that's why there's a Chicago shootout with only 3 cars. Well, you can afford to do that. It's a beaut car, this. Really reliable. TFX 521. Oh, well, he didn't do much of a burnout, so... Oh, well, it's a solo run, so he's only racing against himself. But he'll want to keep it. His dial win the 660. You see, these blokes might be, sort of foxing, because his best run to date has been a 7.212 at 175. Now he's dialed in at a 660, which is half a second. Oh, get it. Wow. 364 light. What does he run? A 687. A 687 on a 660 at 200. 200.38 miles an hour. Sensational run there by Bruno Madajasevic. Runs straight as a gun barrel too. You get the back end bogs down, and then the torque twists the chassis around there a bit, but nothing that Bruno couldn't handle. Okay, our next round, our next group is Top Gas. Now we have Alicia Teal in that jet black Holden HQ, running a Chev 383. She's dialed in at 11.43, up against Stuart Gatt from Fig Tree in the Chevrolet Camaro, big block Chev 496, 10.75. Alicia will get the handicap start. Now, if all things being equal, these 2 cars, if their drivers are both right on their game, the idea that you have a handicap start is that they're supposed to finish at the same time. Red light, automatic win for Alicia Teal. You'll see the lights down there flashing on the timing boards, but she's going to drive it out the back door. Runs 11.47 on 11.43. How's that for consistency at 118? Stuart Gatt there, red light, dialed in at 10.75 and ran at 10.84 at 119. So that was Supercharged Outlaws and Top Gas. Yeah, this is Eliminations because it's got a fairly big class. So Alicia Teal in that black HQ will be around she'll be racing in the next round. Now we've got Steve Dawson and the Ford pickup, Chevy 350. That's the one that's moving now. Up against Peter Villaris. It's not a Ford XT Falcon as it says here. It's a sharp yellow Tirana, LHLX Tirana. And Steve Dawson. Steve Dawson's dialed in 1180. Peter Villaris is 1093. So Steve Dawson, the little hot rod there, the Ford pickup, will get the handicap start Peter Villaris will do the chasing. Not much in the reaction time, but not very much at all. But Peter Villaris, if he goes too fast, he did. Just as I said, he runs a 10.92 on a 10.93. So he's gone under, handing the win to Dawson. So that little forward pickup will come around in the next round of eliminations. Well, see, you have to be careful. You know, going flat strap and you think, oh, I'm in front, but they forget what their dial-in is. Now, Peter Begonia in the white Commodore up against Tony Napoli. Napoli was a lot quicker. Oh, will he get there first? Yes, he does. He takes the win. Peter broke out. He runs a 12.09 on a 12.10. Gee, they're just missing out by so many hundredths of a second. So Napoli and that HQ Holden will be into the next round. This will be a good run too. Top Gas. It will pit Richard Matasevic in that beautiful, he runs that a lot in Super Street. And Matasevic from Bringelly, the Ford XY Ute. He's dialed in with a 1080. Well, 1080 is pretty quick. Mitchell Gregory's 11.37. So that big Chev will get the handicap start. Now, these guys are fairly consistent with their speed and their time. So it's down to the reaction time. Who gets the advantage, the start line advantage by the quicker reaction time. Here we go. The Chev's 177. Richard Matasevic, well, I think he's won it because his reaction time was a 0.20. And he looks to have these nose in front. He does run 11.09 on a 1080. And for Gregory, 11.69 on an 11.37. That's way off his dial-in time. So you'll see Richard Matasevic's Ford Ute, XY Ute, into the next round. This will be a good... Paul Gimson. This will be a good one too. Paul Gimson in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 10.90. Jim Raptis, 12 flat. 12 flat, will get the handicap start. Oh, he might, whoa, here we go. Again, a lot of smoke coming out of that car. He's not letting up, but Paul Gimson drives around him. He takes the win, 11.07 on a 10.90. And for Raptis on his 12, runs at 12.46, way nearly a half a second over. So you'll see the winner from the Aeroflow lane into the next round. Now we've got the other Metasevic here, young David, in the 75 Ford Cortina with a Windsor 347. That's him in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 11.02. That's pretty quick. Brendan McGinn in the HB Tirana, the little red car down here. He's dialed in at 12.99. That's slower than Matasevic's car, so he'll get the handicap start. We're just adjusting something down there. The track walkers have spotted. Perhaps sometimes we find all sorts of things down there. You know, rolls of toilet paper, newspaper, everything. Bolts, nuts, spanners that people leave in the bonnet, under the bonnet, in the engine bay there. So it's we've got a real bevy of different things that the guys have been picked and the gals have picked up. Okay, so Dave Matasevic in the little Cortina is going to do the chasing. In this case, Brendan McGinn. He'll be looking for a really good reaction time. So still running Top Gas. So this is number 11 qualifier, Dave Matasevic in the Cortina, number 11, up against double his qualifier, number 22, Brendan McGinn in the Rocket Lane. So Brendan in the little red HB will get the handicap start. He's got to try and nail it. No, Matasevic there. His reaction time was a 0.59, so it's his opponent's left too much. Matasevic runs 11.51 on an 11.02 at 95, all clear, and a 13.67 on a 12.99 for Brendan McGinn. So the Matasevic brothers are into the next round of eliminations in this top gas class we've got here. Here's another tough little pair. Our number 2 qualifier no, that's not right. Yes, it is. Oh, it is now. Ford Cortina is Peter Giddens, our number 13 qualifier, and Robert Matesic. You see, Matesic, oh, gee, there was only 1/1000th of a second between these two at the start line. I think Matesic will take the win. He runs a 1060 on a 1066. Oh, he runs a 1066 on a 1060. And 11.53 on an 11 flat for his opponent. And he got there first, so... Oh, another tough. Vince Maluso in the Holden Kingswood. Dialed in 1180. Mark Hopkins in the Tirana. Over in the RFO lane, 1085. 1085 is quicker than 1180. So Vince Maluso in the Holden Kingswood in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. Here they go. Oh, he's out with it. Nah, well. 2 reaction times. They ain't nothing to write home about, but I tell you what, Mark Hopkins is scarping off. He runs a 1099 on a 1085, safe and sound at 108. And Vince Maluso on his 1180 runs a 1203 at 114. And I guess Vince can go and pack the car up and watch the rest of the proceedings, or stoke up the barbecue for his pit crew. So we're running eliminations in this category. There's some tough little races here. Oh, welcome back, young Steve Bush. There you go, Bushy.
Good, thanks, Leslie. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Getting through our first round of racing here this afternoon.
Yeah, we're into top gas. And they'll have to change the screen here. That was the run just beforehand.
Yep. Here we go.
Here we go.
On cue.
Okay, Joe Selby in the Rocket Lane. Ford, yeah, Ford XY, but it's not a Ute. He's dialed in with 1140 in the Rocket Lane. Mark Playfair dialed in 1090 in that 1-tonner. Oh, 284, another 1/1000th of a difference. 1/1000th of a difference in the reaction time. This will be very close. Oh, and it goes to Mark Playfair. He ran 11.010 on a 1090 and 11.555 on an 1140. Gee, the margins, there's nothing in that.
Yeah, it's always good to have a nice, close, tight race.
Yes. Oh. I was going to say Dale Inman. I'd do it every time, but it's Noel Inman. Noel Inman in the centre door. It sounds like a Lamborghini Aventador, doesn't it? Centre door and Aventador.
We couldn't be further away.
No, you couldn't be. No, exactly.
Unless it was horse-drawn, that's it. The only way we could get it further apart there, Les. But speaking of differences, we've got Casey Leonard from Cranebrook in the FC Holden. Now, this thing went 140 mile an hour in his qualifying run. Blazes the tyres on the hit.
No, he won't make it.
Crossed up. He's not. Oh, still getting very crossed up. And hopefully deciding to not pursue Inman any further, who has already taken the win with a 10.62 at 122, Les.
Yes, he had 10.626 at 122.38. Noel Inman there. Just a nice little show for the burnout down there. It was a sensational looking thing, but gets really serious when it comes to eliminations. And it looks great leaving the line too. Gee, that FC got twisted up, didn't it?
It looks to be sitting down on the
right
rear, so I'm not sure if something has
maybe
gone amiss in the suspension, or I don't know.
You might have a crook shock or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, we don't know. We're only sort of hypothesising. Casey Leonard in the Rocket Lane, not in any tea bucket. Oh, that was the previous run. Casey Leonard ended up going through for a 18.172 at 52. But that car, gee, well, as soon as he planted the foot again, that thing went, you know, sort of a bit apish. Ford versus Holden here. 64 Ford Falcon wins a 363, our number 1 qualifier in Top Gas. Number 1.
Yeah, in Kel Bartley in the Aeroflow lane. 1060 the dial in here. We'll be chasing down 1126 for Damon McGinn in the HG. Just waiting on Bartley to move into full stage. In there now, brought that second white light on. Oh, 005 on the tree. McGinn, probably a very good reaction time most of the time with an 073, but a 005 for Bartley has given him an advantage, and I think will take the win. 1070 at 120 mile an hour. So was able to just ease off the throttle a little bit there. And 1132 for McGinn.
Nice little package you had there, Steve.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, good reaction time, good ET, good MPH. Right, now, in the burnout procedure there is Ray Fairfax.
And this is in top eliminator, so we have moved.
So we've moved into a different class now.
That we have Ray Fairfax in the Aeroflow lane, of course, in that T-bucket altered, which is for sale if you're keen.
That's right, 3701.
Is his race number.
Yep, well, I get a bit dyslexic. Now, this is, when these types of events, folks, is you don't often see a sedan running an altered in some of the bigger meetings, but because it's nostalgia, it makes it just so different. It's a different mix. Oh.
Emma Outhart away with a 119 reaction time. Fairfax with the better 049, so he has the advantage in the altered and converts it to a win. Margin 800s across the finish line. 830 at 152.
Oh, this will be good. Zoran in the Ford Falcon. Barra 4 litre, our number 3 qualifier. Dialed in with an 870, ran an 869, so an 870. He's just dropped the dial in a bit up against Paul Sabato in that HQ Monaro. Our number 7 qualifier. 892 is slower than 870, so handicap start, very, very slow, slight. Whoa, that Falcon trying to put all that power down to the ground.
Yeah, right, just before the 300 foot mark, just turned left.
Yeah. Heavens to Murgatroyd, exit, stage left. And off it went.
That's pretty much what happened. Sorry, getting out of the throttle and just rolling on through. But a 906 with an 8 there for Sabato to take the win.
Okay, this is be another good watch. Yeah, we've had nothing but great competition here. Qualifying was sensational. Joe Sorbello from Marsden Park in that Datsun Skyline. Chevy 388. I think it's supercharged, is it? Is it supercharged? Yeah, because he runs...
all of Joe's cars have the run a Pro Charger on them.
Oh, okay. Alison Stewart in that Someone's Family Racing, in the Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster. She's very used to being in a rear engine dragster, but did get the opportunity to commandeer this car to race in, and she's doing very well with it for the Welsh family as well. Now Joe Sorbello, 899 against an 865. He'll get the handicap start. Red light. A 3,000th of a second too quick. Alison Stewart runs it through for an 868 on an 865 at 150 and a 909 on an 899 for Joe Sorbello, but red light. So first is worst. So she could have run. The only way that she would have lost that race is if she crossed the centre line or hit the wall, which we don't wish upon anybody. Harry Plessis.
Oh, this will be a tough run, Leslie.
Yeah, I'm...
Two old sparring partners, of course, usually racing in either Top Sportsman or Super Sedan.
Yeah.
James Barnes in the Mustang, dialed in with an 8.69. Taking on Harry Plessis in the Falcon, who's dialed in with a 9 flat. So the Falcon will leave first and the Mustang will chase down. .016 on the tree for Plessis, has a fairly big advantage over Barnes.
Oh, look at this. Look at this,
Falcon
Steve.
will take it though. 9.12 with a 4, 150. Got there by 400ths of a second in the end.
That was won and lost on the start line. A 15.155 up against an 067, I think it was.
016.
Oh, yeah.
016. So, yeah, big whole shot
Oh,
advantage
16.
going
Yeah,
to Plessis in
great.
the Falcon.
Yep. Charlie Addard in that little black Tirana.
Another good reaction time for Addard. He's been on fire today. He's doing really well. I think every race he's come out for an O light, and this one no different. 9.94 with a 5, 129 mile an hour to take the win. Ben Matthews in the HD, a 9.18 with an 8 at 145.
Yes, you could see that was won and lost on the start line as well. The car, the vehicle in the racer in the rocket lane there did have the start line advantage. That doesn't sound much like a point, 011 or a 0.102, say, but it's drag racing is down to I've seen them go down to 5 decimal points. Okay, the little tea bucket over there with a Holden in it. It got the handicap start. Oh, no, Victor.
Double breakout there, so both cars running under the dial-in. And Sattler Giannis got there first, but he also went under the dial-in by the least amount, which means he wins. So he had a fair advantage on the start line, went 044 on the tree to a 161.
Yes, even if there's a double breakout, there's always, barring all accidents and incidents, there's always a way to determine the winner. Anthony Mastromoro. Anthony is over there in the Model A4, dialing with a 950. Paul Watts in that neat little orange Escort, running a Chevy 422. He's dialed in 9 flat. So that hot rod, the Ford A model, will get the handicap start by half a second. Now the lights are 0.4, so you'll see a stagger come down in favour of the black car. Oh.
The Escort with the advantage here on the start line.
Yep.
The hot rod still out in front, just dabbing the brakes at the finish line. Went too quick by a long way. 9.26 with a 2 on a 9.50. Got there first by nearly 0.2 of a second, but went under the dial-in, handing the win back to the Escort in the airflow lane there.
Well, Steve, we were looking at each other and making comments about that particular vehicle in the rocket lane. The Mastromoro car was dabbing on the brakes before it got, even in qualifying, it had the brake lights on going through the top end. So, and the same thing happened there, but he still broke out by nearly 0.3.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the what the go is there, but anyway, I'm sure Anthony knows what's happening. They've got a theory, I guess you could say.
Yep. Oh, he's a seasoned competitor. He'll figure out. Oh, he may even know what's wrong with it. Anyway, Chris Brown in the rocket lane up against Gary Durrington. Oh, Gary Durrington get the start there. Oh, Brown got the start line advantage with.
The cars locked together at 1,000. They went through the sensors at identical times, but the T-Bucket just carried the speed at the top end. 9.25 with a 3 on a 9.10 to take the win.
Oh,
Next up, we're going to see Alan Shuttleworth in the Chevy Ridemaster. Dialed in with a 1020. He's taking on Stephen Jones in the T-Bucket, who's dialed in with a 940. So the Ridemaster dialed in a fair bit quicker than the quickest time that he ran in qualifying, but obviously feeling that there's more left in the car, I guess you could say.
yeah, well, I think the weather might have something to do with it as well, with the cloud cover.
I can tell you, it's warm outside.
Is it?
It's very humid as well.
Yeah,
so,
right, okay. Well, you can't burn water.
Nope.
So we'll have to see how this one pans out. So you'll see Alan Shuttleworth over there in the Aeroflow lane get the handicap start, dialed in at 10:20. Oh, he may end up winning this too, Alan Shuttleworth. He's got the start line. He runs it through. Nice, clean, didn't break out. Runs a 10.37 on a 10.20 at 130 miles an hour and 11.50 for the little T-Bucket there. It looks like Mark End in the 48. He's got the solo.
Managed to get the solo. 983, the dial in here. Little 48 angler, small block Chev on board.
Yeah, tough little outfit.
Straight down the centre of the Aeroflow lane. What can he produce at the top end? Goes through for a 9.92 with a 3. 136 miles an hour through the finish line. Collects the round points and he'll be back for round number 2.
Middle eliminated. 16.
Interesting that we've got 2 solos there, so maybe the seating worked different. We had a couple of cars maybe pull out, not sure. On track now, the little Gemini of Jaden Mellum. 308 Holden, he's dialed in with a 924.
Oh.
012 on the tree, nice reaction time for Jaden. Straight down the centre of the lane
Beautiful.
as well. 923 with a 6 on a 924.
It's about 4 thousandths.
4 thousandths on the dial in. That car is well sorted.
Hold the bus. Oh.
Looks like Jaden's little Gemini has stopped halfway up the hill at the finish line. I didn't see any...
No.
He's done well to pull up that quickly,
That quick,
though.
yeah. Yeah, mate.
Let's hope nothing is locked up or something. I didn't see
Yeah,
any
that's
smoke
what I
or
was looking
anything.
for. He wouldn't be even halfway.
No, no, that's
along
what I mean.
that-
It's interesting that he's been able to stop
Mm.
that quickly. And it's not like he was off
No.
the throttle early because
No.
he ran under the dial-in.
Yeah, with that time and that speed as well.
Of course, don't forget to grab your Day of the Drags 2024 merchandise from our merchandise shop. T-shirts and stubby coolers available. And also, if you're sitting in the stands and think, you know what, I could do with a cup of coffee.
Yes.
And I could do with a hot cinnamon donut.
Well, just up here to our right, up on the shaded side
Yep.
and the seated side, they make some great coffee up there.
Yep. Go Nuts for donuts.
Go Nuts, that's them. And so even though it's a warm day, there's just something about coffee that just sort of keeps you hanging on.
Yes. And also, if you prefer something cold, they also do a milkshake as well. Ben's just told me.
Milkshake? I haven't had a milkshake for 42 years.
And 3 days and 15 minutes.
A long time ago. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I can't work out what's going on there. We haven't heard anything over the radios.
No.
Can we get confirmation of that hit or?
There we go. No, there's... Now, they're on the left-hand side of the car. Not much going on around the right-hand side, so I wonder what's wrong there. Anyway, we'll just have to sit and wait till we hear. I don't see any sort of tilt trays moving either, so... Yeah, there's a lot of track staff up there. Okay. They might be hooking something up. Might be... it's just too hard to see.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the middle eliminator class. We have Alf Axiak in the water in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 9:23. City Dragway officials just removing the little stricken Gemini of Jaden in the finish line. Did just tag the wall with the left rear corner of the bumper. Looks like the chute's deployed and just pulled him over towards the wall, but looked to be a very minor impact at the top end. That's from here, of course. I am nearly 500 metres from where that happened. Nice was up lines for Alf on the hit. 083 on the tree. Looking for a 923. Let's see what he can do. 931 with a 5.
Gee whiz. Look at that. 138 mile an hour, 138.64. That's it.
Pretty close to the mile an hour that he ran in qualifying.
Yeah. Reaction time wasn't too bad either. Here's that big Chevy. Oh, yeah, it's got some torque, that thing.
It does. 409 cubes on board. Of course, the 409 Chevy's a pretty rare engine from what I'm
Very rare.
believe.
Yep. Only available for a couple of years. No, that little Murray's going to win it again.
The big Chev looking to crab its way down the racetrack at the moment.
Yeah. It's like an Austin 1800. There goes the little Murray. A 15.13 on a 13.80. He could probably see all the shenanigans that were going on in his rear view mirror. Takes the win there, 15.13 at 78.07.
Another big burnout from Ryan Winley.
From Berrima.
Backed by Jet Smooth. No, that was the wrong name. Beg your pardon. That's Matt Moore. In the 55 Bel Air. Dialed in with a 1380, taking on Andrew Barbara.
Oh, yeah, and the small block Chef 307, powered Holden FE. And it looks like Matty Moores might have just stuck his nose out in front. Goes across the finish line. 13.93 at 91 and a 14.43 at 97. Oh, he's getting my crossed up as well. These gases are all over the place. Yeah, excellent to watch.
They're
rather spectacular, Steve.
putting on the show that they should.
Yeah.
The FX Holden in the rocket lane done some pretty big wheel stands so far.
It's done some beauties.
This morning they've all been reaching for the sky, but what's weird is it doesn't even sound like he's revving it up on the start line. It's almost like just drops the clutch. It's just straight climb for the sky.
Might have a few bowling balls in it.
Yeah, weight bar across the back maybe. Dale roughly in the 55 Chevy. Dialed in with a 13 flat.
There he goes again. Oh, hoiked it in second gear.
Issues for the Chev in the aeroflow lane. Tree counted down and nothing happened, but he's got the win because Simon in the rocket lane has gone too fast. 983 with a 9 on a 990.
Oh.
He was having too good a time.
He was. But that's what you've got rear vision mirror for.
Well, he might not have one. He might not have a rear vision mirror, mate.
Yeah, but he was probably waiting for that. Oh no,
he shouldn't have been because he's
got a
3 seconds.
He would have had to do the chasing
that's
anyway.
Right. There's
that's
a 3
right.
second head start.
Yeah.
Anyway, like I said, I think he was having too much fun.
Yeah.
Racing for a number, not for the win. Good to have all of our spectators here at the 2024 Day of the Drags. Of course, if you're sitting on the either side of the racetrack and you want to check out what's going on the other side, walk across the tower at the back of the burnout area and you could switch sides. The whole venue is open here today.
Yeah, which is great. I wouldn't mind going for a bit of a looky-go-see up there, but
Yes.
other things to do.
I had a quick look
Did
up
ya?
there at the lunch break.
Yeah.
It was only very brief though. Benjamin Love burning out in his AP5 Valiant wagon. Dialed in with a 936.
All right. Yeah, all the way from Armidale, which is a fair hike down the road.
Actually, there's a few races here today from that region. I
Yeah,
think Steve Jones and the Alsards from Naminga, and I think the sponsors from there are from the Armidale region.
Yep. Yeah. That's right. I thought there was one from Tamworth, but I can't remember seeing it. Oh, that's where my cousin lives. That's probably, I was fixated on that. Here we go.
The Valiant just moving into stage on a solo. 3 counts down, looking for a 936.
Whoa!
Just bobbing the front end. Ever so slightly.
Oh, gee, that's a good run, a 946. Not his best. He's run a 941 to be number 1 qualifier in this vintage gas bracket, but we're into two-wheeled action now.
Yep, because moving into
Is it classic? Classic bike?
classic bike, that's correct.
Yep. There it is. There's some. There used to be a guy that. Oh, it looks like we've got some selector. No, we had some selector issues. Now, David Franks. Gee, the Franks name pops up all over the place. Is that other guy?
I don't know if it's a relation, but there's a Franks that runs in modified with the Mustang Roadster.
Yeah, and
Gary
there's
Franks?
Gary Franks, yeah. He used to run a Castlereagh. He, .180 and a .601. He not going to make it. Copping goes over, a 14.03 at 94 miles an hour. And for David Franks there, a .601 reaction time, a 10.67. Yeah, that Gary Franks, I was standing behind. One of the guys we were was racing from Canberra. And he was that nervous, Gary Marr, he was that nervous that when he came up to the start line, the door opened and he had to vomit. Yeah, he was that nervous.
That's pretty serious.
Yep. And then Gary Franks, he had nitrous back in those days in the 70s. Well, you should have seen that his exhaust system came past me about that far wide and about that high off the ground. Mark Akers, dialed in 1060, automatic winner. Solo run 1074. So you might want to adjust it just a little bit. Oh, here's some. That's not a bad green. I think that's a signal, Porsche signal green.
Or is it? It's not Barbados green, is it?
No. That's well, that 1 tonner. There's a Mopar colour called "Come and Get Me Copper."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So there's Paul Gimson and Mark Playfair. Playfair's in the 1 tonner in the Aeroflow lane. He's stuck his nose out front, but here comes Paul Gimson. No, Mark Playfair stuck it out on his 1090, runs an 11.19 at 115 and an 11.02 on a 1090 at 123 miles an hour for the combatant in the Rocket Lane, Alicia Teal now, and David Matasevic. Oh, this will be... these two are very seasoned campaigners and great supporters of the track as well. Alicia Teal, 11:46 she dials in the Holden HQ, running a Chevy 383 on number 17 qualified. David Matasevic, 11:02. Alicia gets the...
It's a hundredth of a second in the start line.
It's just a missed gear, or no, Matasevic will get it. Oh, Alicia broke out.
Alicia got there by 200ths, but...
by 1,000th of a second.
Under the dial-in by a 1,000th.
Well, see, I told you, like it's we go down to all these fractions and minute differences in time. Like I said, I'm at Huntsville, Alabama. I went and had a look at had to go to the room to look at the computer. We had to go to 5 decimal places to determine the winner. Mark Hopkins in the Rocket Lane. Robert Matesic in the Aeroflow lane. There goes Hopkins, an 0.73 and an 0.43. The Camaro with the start line advantage.
Locked together at 1,000. The Camaro gets there first, but goes under the dial-in by the most, Les. And Hopkins takes the win.
Wow.
Things are heating up in Top Gas. Next up, Tony Napoli in the 72 Holden, dialed in with an 11 flat, taking on Richard Matasevic, who's dialed in with a 1068 in the yellow Ford utility.
Very hard to beat this Richard Matasevic. Oh, look, see, he gets out there. He's got a 003, but he's won it anyway. The flashing lights there. Tony Napoli just too anxious to get off the start line.
Matasevic, lucky he went 1063 with a 5 on his 1067.
Yeah, but this is the case when first is worst.
Yes.
So red light first, so that's what, that's your opposition. You'll see the lights flashing. If the lights flash in whoever's lane it is, they've won because his opponent has had an start line infringement.
Next up, we'll have Noel Inman, dialed in with a 1062, taking on Steve Dawson in the Ford pickup, who's dialed in with an 1180. So 1.2 seconds the gap, but going to the pickup in the Rocket Lane.
Now I think Inman will still get it. He might break out.
Liz. You were right. He broke out.
Yeah.
1058 with a 4 and a 1062. An 11.801. He was 1,000 over. Gets it for Dawson. 11.801 on an 11.80 dial-in.
Oh, wow. Geez, in that cutting of time.
Well, things are getting serious. We're pulling plugs out.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, Benny Bunny there. Oh, it's now number 1 qualifier in Top Gas. It's just going to mosey on down. Oh, I thought he was going to take the first exit there, but cruising on down. Oh, another one in Top Gas.
We had 2 solos last round too, so I think maybe the seating has changed. It might have been a couple of people retire from racing, perhaps.
Yeah, yes. That would be it.
Daniel Wyatt leaving the start line in his Ford Fairlane. Wasn't chasing the reaction time on this run. Let's see what he can do at the top end. Looking for a 12 flat. Slowed a little bit there too.
Yeah, it did. 12.23 at 114. He's gone 12.062, also at 114. So, swings and roundabouts.
Next up, we have Joe Madej taking on Peter Attard. Madej in the Black Falcon. He's dialed in with a 13.17. Peter Attard in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 14.90.
Yeah, well, the Attard car in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start.
Away with an 038 light. He too has been cutting some really good
Pretty
lights.
good lights, yeah.
Really good lights.
Yeah. All them Attards have been here
Yes.
today. That Emma Attard's she's been really good. Oh, he gets there too. Breakout by Joe Madej, but who got there first?
Yeah, it looks like Attard got there first anyway. Madej trying to make the gap up on the reaction time. He had a 10.5 to make up.
Yep.
Didn't quite get there.
No, see, when you're talking intense, that's in drag racing, that's half a day. So we go tenths, hundredths, thousandths, and then 10,000ths. David Blamey. Oh, he's got the start line advantage, but I think that HR. Oh, it's hard to tell from here. He's going to break out.
You're too good, Les. 13.73 with a 0 and a 14.15. That's a big breakout there for Flood in the aeroflow lane. Handing the win back to Blamey in the Ford pickup.
Yes, I wonder, back in when we started, we weren't allowed to say reaction times and things like that because we had a radio.
We actually broadcast it.
Yeah,
yes.
we broadcast it and things like that. And people had turned their radio on and they could hear what we were saying, and then they say, well, you know, like, I'm in front, I can back off, or I can back off and stuff like that. But, you know, like, it doesn't seem to happen anymore, which is good.
Well, yeah, from that point of view, we don't have the radio frequency anymore, but the light, we could do it through the live stream, but there's a reasonable delay there with the...
Yeah, yeah. Well, if it's like, on the TV, what's there, 7 seconds or something?
Yes.
So, yeah. Oh, they'd be halfway home by the time we got involved. Nice fellow in there. There's a couple of more cars coming back up the return road. Oh, that's sort of really nice day. Action aplenty. Oh, yes. Bigs and littles. Here we go. That's a sharp little Cortina. I wonder that, Ford didn't put a, 289 302 in one of these. I reckon it would have been really hot.
Well, they did the Capri in South Africa.
Yeah, the Piranha.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
No. Dave Blamey.
No, that's the previous
No, that's
pair.
the previous one.
Switched over, yeah. We've got
Switcheroo.
Mitchell, I think it is, in the aeroflow lane.
There's something awry here. Oh, well, that's how they're going to leave it.
Unless it's grudge racing, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, because there's nothing there. Yeah, I got a bit of grudge racing. That was heads up. So, yeah, probably we've gone into some of the classes there. You've got to wait for the cars to cool down. And so we've entered into a bit of grudge racing. And talking about that type of racing tomorrow is just a street meet. There's no dial-ins. Whoever you pull up, you might pull up next to a Porsche, if you've got a smart car or something. And but it's just you the track and the car. You don't have to worry about the bloke next door.
Yes, there's no winner or loser tomorrow. No. It's all just about coming out, having a crack at drag racing. And if you're sitting up on the hill and think this looks like a little fun activity, I want to have a go at this.
Yeah.
We host the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night, every Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway from 6 till around about 10 o'clock at night. On a Wednesday, if we reach the required number of cars, there's a reaction time prize to the top 3 reaction times for each week. If we reach that required number of entries, all you really need to come out and race is an approved helmet, covered shoes, long sleeve top and long pants.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. We even allow you to take a passenger with you now if it's not your first time. So if you've raced here before, you can take a passenger with you. They need obviously the same protective clothing.
Yep.
And you can take a friend or a loved one or whoever it might be with you. They have to sign on to your race number. And of late, after the reaction time, around about 8:30, 8:45, we've been switching to the Pro Tree. So you can give that a crack as well. Yep. It is a bit tricky in an everyday car to cut a good light on a Pro Tree. You've kind of got to guess because they don't. The cars don't react the same as obviously a Pro car does. Yep. But certainly, there's a few people that manage to cut a good light. But if you can't race on a Wednesday night, once a month typically, we hold a Sunday street meet, which is what we're doing tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yep.
So pretty much the same format, but just during the day.
Oh, this is the Chicago Shootout Supercharged Outlaws because there's only 3 of them.
Yes, that's right. We've got their second round.
Yeah, the second round. And Tim Gruber over in the Rocket Lane dialed in with a 755. Even though these cars are supercharged and go really quick, it's still dial your own. And Bruno Matajasevic has dialed in with a 660. Now, we haven't been keeping score because we don't know how many points are awarded. So that's why we can't, we used to be able to say, oh, Bruno's got empteen and Tim's got umpteen, but we don't know. Well, just watch the action. See how they go. Bruno 660, he'll leave second. Tim Gruber in the little Cortina, he'll go first. First to the other end wins and gets the points. There is breakouts here. But Tim Gruber off.
Gruber lifting that left front very high on the hit of the throttle.
This.
I don't think the Kingswood's going to get there, sorry. 765 with a 182 for the Cortina to take the win. There was only 5 thousandths in the reaction times between the two. But Matajasevic, he'll have to settle for the lost points in this round with a 684 with a 190 mile an hour. He was catching him.
Yes.
But just ran out of real estate, I dare say. There's 8 mile an hour difference at the top end. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a fair margin.
Yep. I see Tim Gruber when he took off, there's some stuff. Can you see those cloths lying on the grass over here to the right-hand side? They were near the opening where the lights are. And when he went past,
must have been the exhaust just at the right angle to
just
blow
it blew
through
them out. Yeah, I thought it was parts flying off his car.
Oh, don't say that. You'll scare him.
Yeah, so
because that usually doesn't happen for nothing. There's usually a cost involved when parts start coming off.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, you can see the guy with the hot rod there. Oh, well, I hope he gets it fixed and everything. I didn't. Well, we don't know what happened, so I won't sort of like postulate.
Yeah, speculate. It's no good. Looks like we've got our track officials
Yeah,
standing in the line there, which generally will tell me that there is something there.
Yep. Yeah, they try and search for where it starts, and that's probably why the guys put the thing on the track there, piece of What's that in your lane at about the same? There's an object.
Oh, I think it's a rag as well. There's.
Yeah. Oh, we've got that nice rear engine drag. Gee, that's nice. Nice green. Green, we like green. Okay. Well, we'll soon find out what the prognosis is. Yep, here comes the tractor, so it'll be just a slight dragging of the tyres on the surface, I'd say.
And we might throw to a couple of quick ads
We
from
will.
some of our supporters, and we'll be back with you. Day of the Drags 2024 here at Sydney Dragway.
Bank shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Okie dokie.
Hokey pokey.
That's the one. Oh, man, oh man. This is sounding really, really good. This is this beautiful green rear engine dragster. Brittany Olive. Oh, is this a Shane Olive?
Yes. And Shane down there, I think, in the black cap.
Oh, down here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Steam fuel pilot.
Yes.
And many other nitro-fueled cars.
I think Shane Olive was offshore powerboat racer as well.
From news to me.
Up in Queensland.
It might be a different Shane Olive.
Oh.
Although, I will confess that I don't know his full racing history, but I know he's done a lot of racing here at Sydney Dragway in top fuel dragsters, outlaw funny cars, nitro altereds as well.
Yeah, just got a message here. I'd like to give a big shout out to Simon Binkhorst, who's listening in and watching up there in sunny North Lakes in Queensland. He watches all these race meetings and that through the YouTube channel.
Yeah, of course, Sydney Dragway official, the YouTube channel, or you can watch through our Facebook.
Yep.
Olive just into full stage now. The tree will count down, and she'll be on a solo. 1:15 reaction time.
Well, she's a good peddler.
1:15 to the 60. Nice launch. 6:82 with a 7. 202 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, that's not a bad supercharged Outlaws. That's not a bad effort. To run a 6 in supercharged Outlaws, that's really cool. 202.91. She was the second number 2 qualifier. So went for a solo in that particular round, but all eyes upon Brittany Olive there. Well, it's still shaping up to be really good.
Well, the Falcon didn't come back out this round that I can see.
It's
not in the staging lanes there.
Right. Okay. Well, that would yes. Okay.
Yes, I hope everybody is enjoying Day of the Drags 2024.
Whatever, just a...
We, of course, all of our categories, or pretty much all of our categories in the Chicago shootout format, which, of course, guarantees them at least 3 rounds of racing. And then the highest points winners go into a final for the trophies. Of course, we will have a trophy presentation a little bit later on this afternoon. I believe is scheduled for around about 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
but we will call that as we get closer to the to that time.
Well, a bit of a rumble downstairs there, Steve.
Of course, don't forget to keep the fluids up, ladies and gentlemen. It is a warm day out there in the sun. Take advantage of the shade structure if you haven't got a structure to sit under yourself.
Yep. Yeah, brilliant. That was, I reckon that's probably, aside from the resurfacing of the track and the upgrading of the pollutions facilities here, the shade sails there were, they're the duck's guts for the spectators. This is going to be a what? This is a grudge match here. This is this FC that takes a bit to get going. Maybe if he got it rolling and then sort of feathered it on, but the automatic reaction when you're drag racing is flat to the floor.
I reckon it might need a small shot of nitrous. Would fix the issue.
Well, it'd certainly get it off the line.
Give it the instant spool. And we'll see certainly some times and speeds more indicative, I think, of the horsepower that's been made. We saw 140 odd mile an hour out of it earlier.
He must have been listening to me. Look at it go.
And 10 at 97 with a 9, 139 miles an hour through the finish line.
130 not flat.
And the little roadster there, 10.56 with a 2.
Yeah, on the picks again. 80.73 miles an hour only. So it gets out of the, covers the first eighth very, very quickly. All right, so if there's any other grudge racing, well, they'll tell the officials anyway. They'll ask them and say, could we have a bit of a race down here? That's the whole idea. But it's a pity there's not more of these. Well, we don't know what happens in other states with nostalgia meetings. But I kind of like them. I'm sort of really fond of them. Like I was saying before, when was the last time you saw an altered and upside alongside a little four-door sedan? You don't see that very often. Variety plus here. All right. Looks like we might be getting to the serious side of racing there. We're just gonna, looks like they're gonna run the tractor up and down a few times.
Because coming up at Sydney Dragway in the month of March, we have our Aeroflow race for real, of course, on the 13th, which is the Wednesday. Every Wednesday night we have our Aeroflow race for real off-street meeting. Next weekend we'll have the Sydney Jamboree on the 16th, Saturday the 16th of March. Then another race for real on Wednesday the 20th. The 21st, which is Thursday night, we'll have our roll drags. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with roll drags, racing here at Sydney Dragway, we start the cars rolling from the start-up box, about where the a little bit back from where the tractor is now. We set a second Christmas tree up around about where the tractor is now, and then we roll the cars from the base of the tower, side by side, and then the light goes green, and it's a race to around about the 1,000-foot mark, and it's all about the speed that the car achieves through the finish line. So that's the Sydney Dragway version of roll drags. That is Thursday the 21st of March. Then we move into the second round of the 2024 Speed Addict Clothing Co Championship on Saturday the 23rd. Then another Aeroflow race for real on the 27th, of course, Wednesday night. Then we we finish off the month of March with Good Friday burnouts.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Easter weekend.
Yeah.
So if you're keen on a bit of tyre frying action, the Good Friday burnouts always puts on a good show. And typically a good show of cars as well, all different types of cars. And a pretty well populated event. So if you'd like any further information on any of those events here at Sydney Dragway, you can jump on our website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Check out the events tab, and that'll give you info on any of those events that I've just mentioned, and also those that are coming up. Of course, we will have the Nitro Champs here in Sydney in May, which will be fantastic. That's another double header, if you like. We'll have the Top Fuel Dragsters and the Nitro Funny Cars here.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so that should be a meeting not to miss.
Oh, wow.
Of course, all part of the NDRC Championship.
What date is that, Steve? whereabouts in May? About the 11th.
Just thrown me under the bus. And Dave just left up here too. Give me 1 second.
Yep. Just speaking to Dave Gruber up here.
Yep.
And
who's the bus driver? Hence the reference.
Yeah, well, so is Tony Watley. He's out there as well with his brother Mick. They're up in the stands there. Looks like they're having a good time. Well, I hope they are. Dedicated drag racers, both of them. Part of the Gruber racing family as well, Tony is. Ah, what a beautiful run that was in the dragster there. Wow.
There we go. The Golf Western Nitro Champs is the 3rd, 4th and 5th of May, so the first weekend in May.
First weekend. Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic event, as always.
Yep,
and as
will
I said,
be.
That will be a double header. We'll see the top field dragsters. We'll see funny cars.
Funny cars.
Plus
any Nitro Harleys?
featuring a door slammer, Pro Mod, Pro Stock Bike, Top Bike as an exhibition.
Right.
And, of course, all of the Aeroflow National Sportsman Championship categories.
Okay, because I know the around the 21st of this month, I think it's the 21st, the Tailem Band, Pro Stocks will be appearing down there. So,
there's always something happening if you're checking out, if you're following the NDRC Championship on Facebook. There's always something happening. That appears to be nearly every weekend. There's a race happening somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, that's terrific. I was going to venture down to Tailem Bend. I still might yet.
How long a drive is that for you?
For me, it's. I tell you what, I went from the toll gates in Adelaide, which is on the south-eastern corner of Adelaide, because Adelaide's just big block, or big diamond, and you go up the toll gates, that's on the Eastern Freeway, and it comes east, and then I go to Tailem Bend, Mount Gambier, and then up through Uyen and Pinaroo to the first turn off at home. I did it in 10 hours and 23 minutes, but that's in Adelaide, Adelaide.
Okay. Yeah, so it's still a fair
yeah,
drive.
It's a hike, yeah. It's not as quite as far as Brisbane, but it's still it can get pretty rugged along there too if you go through the country areas at night. I had a CB in the car back then, and a semi-trailer had lost one of its wheels they've got where they've carried their spare wheels under the trailer under there. One drifted off, and it was in the middle of the road somewhere.
Well, it's just what you want to hit it.
Yeah,
110.
Yep, yeah, that's it.
Get your attention. Yeah, so as I say, just check out the NDRC website for all of the championship details, but also check out the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au for event information, dates, etc. for all the upcoming events.
Yep,
There's always something happening here.
Yeah, and I've been surprised too that there could be a negotiation period that started a couple of months beforehand, and then finally they reach an agreement on whether they have it this, and then all of a sudden you'll see this event that's popped up out of nowhere, and so just keep your eye on the website, keep checking it under the events, sydneydragway.com. Is it .com or .au?
.com.au.
And then /events, and just see if there's anything that sort of reappears and that you didn't see before, because I've done that a couple of times over the 20 years that we've been hosting drag racing here at this magnificent facility. It's been a real... Gee, we've seen some, more particularly you and I, between you, Rusty, and myself, we've seen a few people.
Yes. Just a few.
And Stewie.
Few number of cars down the racetrack.
Yes, it has. Yep. And boy, we've had some, and we've had a couple of commentators too. With, of course, Chad Naylon and Matt Nolte ending up where they are at Channel 7, doing the supercars. Oh, nice, the compact Fairlane.
We're about to see Joe Madej commence his burnout procedure.
Oh, this is in the street. He's got a solo, so he's our number 3 qualifier with a best of a 13.175. Well, that's what he qualified at to be number 3 at 104 miles an hour. If you've got a car, daily driver like this one, and you can get to over 100 miles an hour, it's 160 kilometres an hour roughly. You've got a pretty good street car. He's going to run it through at 13.175 or 13.102. Lucky it was the solo. You can break out. You can red light in a solo run, but you can't cross the centre line or tag the wall. And a safety infraction overrides and overrules any other infraction, whether you if you're not in the receiving end of a red light or something else. If you tag the ball or cross the centre line, that's it. Oh, a really tough race here. Dave Blamey dialed in 1450 in that little pickup. Now that Daniel Wyatt, he'll have to be careful there. I think he's backed off on his third. Oh, he ran 1/1000th over.
Wow, he did too, and he's dropped 30 mile an hour out of his speed of qualifying. So, not sure what's going on there. I was really surprised. I thought that because the pickup had a 10th on the start line.
Yeah.
I thought the pickup was going to hold that all the way through.
Oh,
so lucky to back off
snuck
there.
in, wasn't he? Yeah, wow. The only thing better, he could have run dead on his dial in. Peter Adard now in the Holden LJ Tirana. Well, he's given it away to Damien Flood in that really neat HR with a Chev 350 in it. He's going to run it through regardless. 1480, only runs a 15.202. A 13.91 on a 13.70 for Damien Flood. That's pretty good going. The reaction time was a bit, a description of a house, a pronoun house. And therefore, he was lucky. Benjamin Love. Oh, now we're into vintage gas. There's that rather unique Holden FE with a 307 in it. Gee, you don't see many. I even forgot they existed. 307, but they were pretty popular around late 60s, early 70s. Not so much here. But anyway, Damien in that big Valiant wagon got it dialed in at 940. And Andrew Barbara in the FE is 1420. So that's nearly 5 seconds. Well, he can have a cup of tea, put his feet up and read half the TV guide before he even gets started. Big handicap start.
Yeah, where's he going to be? He's going to be, I reckon, at the 3:30 before before Love gets to go, if not further.
Beautiful takeoff. Look at this. Look at this. He's going to get it. Yes, he does. Benjamin there runs a 942 on a 940 at 141 miles an hour. Andrew Barbara there. He would have heard that car coming on full song.
I'm sure he would have. He would have heard that supercharger in the right ear as it drew up alongside.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's a fair difference in speed as well.
I think Matt Moore's pretty much a fan of the burnouts.
Yeah, that's... Yeah. He'll end up going through the... Oh, no, look there, he's into full stage already. Oh, look at that, he's off.
Dialed in with a 1370. Let's see what he can produce at the top end if he's still under power.
1342. The 1430. What? 1434 with the two. Oh, here's that really awkward humpy. Simon Adricum. Oh, I'd like to say he was back in the day of, when they had those 454 to what started off as extreme radial. They were running super sedan before. They had 454s in Toronto. Mark Hayes and that were in it as well. Whoa!
I think that wheelie bar is going to be looking pretty second hand by the end of the day. He's been
fantastic,
making it earn its keep on the back of that car. 10:41 with a 1 on a 9:85, 138 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, well, it's it's really putting it to the test there. Kevin Ladrebe, Vintage Gas, Oran Park, Morris Minor, 202. Dialed in with a 1380. Look at that.
So we've got a couple of Morris Minors here today.
Yeah. There's that other one with that Chev in it. 1397. Hey. In the ballpark. Wow. And now I've got Peter Violaris from Oatlands in the Ford. No, not a Ford Falcon, but
Holden Tirana. I
Holden
think this
Tirana.
is a grudge race.
Grudge race, yeah.
There's no class designation on these two at the minute.
No, and it's heads up. Maybe a good run, this.
Pair of red lights. Matzik with the better of the 2-0-1-1 red.
Yeah, they're going. They should be 10-second run. Yeah.
Yep, 10:55 with a 6, 127 will take it to a 10:88 with a 9.
Not bad for street cars, eh? There's that neat little Cortina. One of them. It's a nice gold colour.
Of course, one of our Sydney Dragway officials in the Cortina.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pete Giddens.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Oh, he gets out too.
Yeah, 082, but I think the 140 mile an hour charge of the Holden's going to maybe drive on past. Not from there. Not from there. It's not.
No. Won't make it.
11:30, 121 for the Cortina to a 984 with a 7 at 140 mile an hour.
Still one. He's 139, 140, 140. Okay.
Into a classic bike now. Shane Copping and Mark Akers doing battle. Copping in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 13.90. Taking on Akers, who's dialed in with a 10.60. So 3.3 seconds the head start going to the airflow lane. Akers has thrown it away on the start line.
Automatic. Oh. Copping.
And 14:32, 94 mile an hour will take the win. Next up, Dave Franks on the Kawasaki in the rocket lane. He's on a solo.
There's a spaceship landing somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's the music.
Oh, right.
That cuts in when we stop talking. I think either that or it was a spaceship landing somewhere.
I just read a Tintin book. Tintin goes to the moon.
Oh, how appropriate. 10:40 the dial in for David in the rocket lane. And runs on through for 10:54.
Yeah.
124 mile an hour through the top end.
Yeah, 10.54. He qualified number 2 with the 10.48 at 124, so he's hovering around his his best qualifying time. Yeah, Brett McNiff must build a couple of good engines. Seen a lot of cars with St Mary's engines on it in the window. Rightio, this is middle eliminator, so you've got Charlie Adard in that sharp little black Tirana there. He'll have to do the chasing.
Ooh, 005 on the tree. Shuttleworth right beside him in an 071.
Wow, this is, hey, he might get it. Oh, no, he doesn't. Damn.
The Tirana gets around him. Yeah. 997 with a 3 at 124 to take the win.
Yeah, Shuttleworth there at 10.440. No, 10.4, good buddy.
10.4
at 131.06, and for Charlie Adard, his MP miles per hour was 124. Right, well, 005, gee, that's pretty good, isn't it, from Charlie Adard. And the Holden Tirana, Chevy 350. It's this millennials music, Benny. Right. Back to the action. Oh, there's that little orange Escort. Got a Chevy 422 in it. Nice set of wheelie bars there. Got the chute and all. Paul Watts, Barrack Heights in New South Wales. Dialed in with a 9 flat. 9 a flat. Oh, up against the rotary rooster roaster. Alf Axiak. He's dialed in with a 927. That little rotary there will get the handicap start. There'll be about half a orange light difference as it staggers down in favour of the little green rotary. Now, reaction time's most important here. Most important. No. Automatic win to Paul Watts there. Young Alf, minus 217 red light. He dialed in at 9.27 and ran a 9.28. Paul Watts there, an 070 reaction time, dialed in at 9, ran a 9.08 at 151 miles an hour for the win. So, fortunate for him, he'll be into the next round of eliminations as we go through the program and go through this this class 2 middle eliminator. Mark Ind. Gee, that little Ford Anglia's got, I've never seen so many louvers in a car. It's got it on in the horizontal and on the vertical. At the back there, and on the horizontal and behind the cab where the tray is. Up against Victor Satlogianis. Now, Victor's dialed in with a 9.29 in that very quick Tirana. Mark Ind has dialed in with a 9.84, so he'll get the handicap start. Not by much. There he goes. There goes Victor. Not much in the reaction time. There's only 2,000ths of it. Look like that little Anglia gets there first. He runs a 9.94 on a 9.84 at 136. Victor over in the Aeroflow lane runs a 9.86 on a 9.85. So just didn't have enough legs. Chris Brown in this neat little middle eliminator, a little Ford Altered with a Chevy 406. And sharp looking little car too. A lot of attention to detail, which is really great to see. Our number 1 qualifier in the middle eliminator class. Got there by virtue of the fact that he ran an 8.980 at 140.34 miles an hour to be number 1 in the middle eliminator. So he's on a solo now, so he can run it out the back door, which means he can run as hard and flat as he likes. Nice run too, nice and straight. Runs a 9.41 on a 9.10, just a little bit over, at 136.91 miles an hour. Sometimes when the sun's on those boards down there, they're really hard to, the readout boards, they're really hard to see. So that was... yeah, there's a beautiful straight run by the Mark Brown there. So we're getting a couple of that little Ford Anglia ute there. That's been a really surprise package here at this meeting. Neat little unit, runs really straight though. The owner's done everything right to it. It's a beautiful little car. That'll be the Battleship Grey, I would imagine. Instead of camouflage grey. Oh, that's that little... something else must be coming out through there now. No, that's it, finished. The staging lanes are empty. Must be getting down to the pointy end of the program. May still have a couple of supercharged... oh no, we'll probably have one more supercharged Outlaws round to finalise the point score for the winner and the runner-up. Sometimes if you get two competitors that have got identical points, it goes down to the best reaction time that they've had, and the person that gets the best reaction time will be number 1 in there, and the other reaction time He'll be the car next door. So the two with the if there are, if say 2 cars with 6 points or 2 cars with 5 points, that's how they just decide who goes in and who misses out. Now, this car here, this is the one that goes down and then backs off and hits the picks just at about the 1,000-foot mark, or just, I'd say, 1,100 feet. He'll put the skids on, and oh no, we've got a whole bunch of cars coming around here now. Oh, here they are, streaming into the staging lanes. It's good camera we've got out the back out there too. Yeah, good. It looks like Ali Stewart's car. She's been going pretty good in the Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster. But now, we'll see what happens here. This is just, this is not in competition. This is just like a test and tune. Gets out of the hole nicely. Gun barrel straight. So, no, he would have been at about the 800-foot mark. Runs a 9747 at 99.07 miles an hour. So, I don't know if they've got data that they're looking at or searching for. Now, I like the classes that don't have a lot of electrical wizardry or gadgetry in them. But in racing, in today's day and age, everything's got some sort of computer in it, even vegetables. So, there's a couple of cars missing out of there, gone home perhaps to watch some football or something. Well, their loss. It's a real screamer, that RX2 there.
Well, I guess, Les, without the aid of a turbocharger, that's the only way you get it to go.
Mm. Yeah, but, like, we're mostly sitting on 11 grand.
Or thereabouts, I'd imagine.
Well, I had a little Honda CBR 250, and it was redlined at 19,000, and it's yeah, it was an inline 4 250.
Well, the spark plug wouldn't even spark; it'd just be
constantly like a glow plug. Yeah, 19,000, and it revved to 22,000.
Yeah, wow. So how often were you at that point?
Oh, not very often at all. No, well, it was already doing, at 100 kilometres now, it's already doing 10,500.
In first gear, probably?
No, that's in top gear.
Oh, right.
5-speed box. Beautiful little car, there we go. This is just a...
another grudge run between
another grudge.
the
look
Camaro
at these two.
The Tirana, the Camaro will take it there, Les. 1065 with a 5, 124 mile an hour.
Yep.
To a 1092 with a 7 for the Tirana.
Yep. That's better. Nice little orange and mango juice. Always good for the palate. Okay.
All right, our next pair. This pair is racing in Top Eliminator.
Oh, that blue Monaro with the Pro Stock scoop on. Oh, check the wheelie bars. Runs in Super Sedan. Oh, but in this one, I think he's running a Top Eliminator. He is too. Wow. And it's a street registered vehicle. On your tone. Oh, geez, it's a tough little race.
I don't know if they're genuine number plates, Les.
Oh, Ray Fairful. 3701. That little altered's for sale. I wonder what he's going to hop into. He'll probably hop into something really quick. I mean, real quick.
Well, I think the Falcon actually went quicker than
this.
than
Yeah,
what the Alton
yeah.
did,
I think he used to run that. Once he got the Barra one, it used to run 7s.
Yes.
Yeah, he was really good. He was a real thinker. Okay, Ray Fairful over in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 824. Paul Sabato in that beautiful 2-door Monaro there, 894. He gets the handicap start. Oh, Ray Fairful, red light. Paul Sabato, yeah, he got there first too. An 894, a .100, a .100 reaction time. Runs it through for a 9007 on an 894 at 150 miles an hour. Whoa, that's really honking. And unfortunately for Ray Fairful, he red lit. Automatic win to his opponent. That's when you see the lights flashing down there. That's why. Alison Stewart. And Harry Plessis. Oh, gee, this is another good tussle in top eliminator. Well, see, a sedan against a dragster. You don't see it often. But in these nostalgia meetings, different scenarios, different rules, different requirements. And that's why you get to see them. I mean, you'll probably never find one of these cars here racing against a junior dragster.
No. That won't.
That'll never happen.
The first word in that category will negate
Yeah.
any other car racing against it.
Yeah, that's right. So, junior dragsters is an exclusive car for a very good reason, and the shorter distance. But those little kids, they still get stuck into it. Over the 8th, I was in a Chevy Nova, and I did a 752 over the 8th. Well, look at this.
1,000's in the reaction time, Les. The advantage going to Harry Plassis.
Allison.
And Stewart takes it, 872 with a 4. Margin of victory, 600ths of a second across the finish line. An 872 with a 4 on an 865.
Yeah, that was the margin of victory. Yeah, very good. Yeah, she's got to put her behind anything, and Ellie Stewart gets stuck right into it.
There you go. If you search altered drag car on Marketplace, you can find the Fairfield T-Bucket.
What is it?
37. So it's under altered drag car. I've searched Sydney.
Yep.
500 Ks.
Yep. Right, yeah.
Because I'm not 100% sure where Killingworth is.
Yeah, right.
It's in New South Wales. 406 small block Chevy. Mechanical alcohol injection, dart block, scat steel crank, scat HB and rods, JE pistons, ATI balancer, comp cams, camshaft, Crower roller lifters, comp cams, roller rockers, got all the good gear, 2-speed power glide, 6,000 converter, and we've got David Matasevic and Steve Dawson doing battle, Les, and it looks like Matasevic will take the win because Dawson
broke out,
but Matasevic got there first
anyway. Yeah, so a good, clean win. It wasn't handed to him by a fault on his...
it wasn't a... Yeah, what's the word?
His opponent.
It wasn't a default.
No.
On
Yes.
track now, we've got Mark Playfair in the one-tonner, dialed in with a 1080. He's taking on Mark Hopkins.
This is pretty even. We've got 5 up against number 7.
Only 400s in the dial-in too,
Yeah.
so you won't pick the difference on the tree.
No. 400s. Yeah. Oh, be one light.
Oh, looks like
Whoa.
Playfair has left the red light.
Yeah. I thought he might have been watching his opponent's light.
I don't think he can with the divider in the middle.
Oh yeah, well that's what I've been looking at that, and that's what I thought initially that may have been the case. But when I look down and you can see the divider, you can't see it
because we're looking straight at it.
Yeah.
We haven't got the angle of the dangle that the drivers do. Of course, the divider there.
Okay, Kel Bartley in the rocket lane in that neat little Ford Falcon. Wins a 363. He's in top gas. He's number 1 qualifier up against Richard Matasevic. Now, this will be a good run because Richard's sort of like slain all those before him. Oh, red light for Kel Bartley. Automatic win to Matasevic. Red lit. Oh, well, there we go. Richard Matasevic got there first. 10.78 on a 10.63 and 0.94 reaction time at 125 miles an hour. 125.85. Kel Bartley there, red lit, ran a 10.78 on a 10.60 at 126.57. Well, all that's inconsequential now. Here's the, there's a nice little thing there of, I think it's another Adard card.
Yes,
Emma.
Emma, I think it was.
Yep.
Emma Adard in the little Tirana, out for a test run.
Well, is it me or does it seem every car that hops into that, into the rocket lane, my side, is tilted to the right-hand side? Must be my eyes.
Yeah, maybe.
77-year-old eyes. -5. There we go. I tell you.
063 on the tree. Sounded like she just touched the limiter at the shift. Gee. And 893 with a 0. 152.
Yeah, 152 miles an hour. Yeah, that's really honking. Steve Davies. Holden HJ with the Frio, and it's got the sun visor on it as well.
Very unassuming car. This is a 308. This is run into the low 12s, ladies and gentlemen. For a 308, that's pretty stout.
Yeah. For a 3.0 in a big car like that.
Oh.
And, oh.
I didn't hear a bang then.
No, coil lead jumped off. Ah, there it goes. Gee, accelerates pretty good, doesn't it?
Sure does. He's not going to get a representative time, but we can still read you the increments. He's just under 100 mile an hour at half track.
Yeah, look at that. 101 all up. Okay. What have we got? We've got a couple of cars still coming through. The fields are narrowing. As I see a 68 '69 Camaro go past in the background, leaving the facility. Here comes that big Chevy.
It fills the lane, doesn't it? We're looking at it in the staging lane cams. We can see it in the in lane 8 there.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes.
It's pretty much taking up the whole lane.
Whole
When you
lane.
compare it to the hot rod in the in lane 6 there.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Tirana beside it.
Ah, dear. Mr. That sounds. It looks like the middle eliminator title here. Still got a few cars to go. We're down to semi-finals, I think. If not, it'll probably be the quarters.
I think this is actually grudge because there's no dial-ins up
Oh,
on
it's
the
got
boards.
the bump. Yeah.
So we've got Mitchell Gregory in the Chevy Impala from Pendle Hill, just down the road. Taking on Anthony Mastromano in the A model. Of course, Anthony started his racing career that I remember here at Sydney Dragway in the old Hamster.
Oh, of course, that's where the name comes from. Gee, he's made a big leap forward, I'd say.
That's a fair leap, yeah.
Oh.
112 on the tree for the Roadster and a lot of wheel spin for the Impala. The Roadster rolls out of the throttle, still a 970 at only 97 miles an hour.
Oh, look, 9s, 7s and 6s, except for that odd 0.
Correct.
Here we go. Another nice little, nicely presented little car. David Blamey from Katoomba, just up the road there a little bit. 29 Ford pickup. Yeah, it's a good little car.
Yeah, 351 on board, 14:35, 91 mile an hour through the finish line. Yeah, dialed in at 1450. So Peter Addard in the Aeroflow lane, Les.
Yes. Now, all these Addards over the period of Sydney Dragway, even young Emma, is it Emma Addard?
Yes.
Yep. Well, they've all been Tiranas, either LCs or LJs. That's all they've got. Wayne Addard,
Pretty much
way back.
Pretty much, obviously, the car of choice for
Yep.
the Addard name.
Yep.
Don't know if they're all related. So it looks like Peter took the win there. It's a double breakout, but it went under the dial-in by the least.
That was it. Joe Madej in the 64 Ford Fairlane. That's a nice car. And so's this one here, the HR Holden with the Chevy 350 in it for Damien Flood. Dialed in 1360 and a 1305 for Joe Madej in that little black compact Fairlane. Ooh, this is equal. I think the Holden will get there first. No. Breakout. 13.411 on a 13.6 is the HR.
Yeah, I think he did. Flood did pretty well to catch him up, but went too fast.
Too fast, yeah. Well,
2/10 under the dial in Nelly.
Yep, and his reaction time was a 0.5,
Yes.
and Joe Madej a 0.060. Gee, I would have been happy with that.
Very much so.
That's
13.22 with a 5 on his 13.0 dial in.
Vintage gas. Yeah. Nice little hot rod.
Yeah, again, the pastel colour, I think, suits the style.
Yeah, oh,
my
that's
personal opinion.
Yeah, well, they're coming. That sort of, those colour schemes are now coming back in.
Our first pairing in Vintage Gas will be Matt Moore in the 55 Chev, taking on Andrew Barbara. Barbara in that FE Holden.
Oh, yes.
307 on board.
That's the one with the blue roof, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, not a... Oh, that should be good. And they'll be running Vintage Gas, VG. Matt Moore will be in the Aeroflow lane and Andrew Barbara in the Rocket lane when they come out. Dial-in is a 1420 for Barbara in the Rocket lane and a dial-in 1370 for Maddie Moore over in the Aeroflow lane. So 13.7 is quicker than 14.2, so Barbara in the FE Holden will get the handicap start. That's in the Rocket lane, so you'll see the lights come down in favour of the Rocket lane for Andrew, and then Maddie Moore will have to set about chasing him down without breaking out. So you've got that Chev, and this is Vintage Gas, so usually got beam axles on them. That Garth Bell that we spoke of, he was tied up with junior dragsters in the...
Yes, yeah, I raced against his son Lachlan.
Yeah.
Many years ago, and he's spoken to Lachlan during the week.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Oh, he must be a grown fellow like your good self.
Yeah.
Lockie?
Yeah. Runs a plumbing business and, got at least one kid. So, he's well. He's doing pretty well. 0.35 on the tree for Matty Moore.
I don't think it's good enough.
Like Barbara is going to take the win though. 14.39 with a 4, 97 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, so we've got, and Matty Moore on his 13.70 runs a 14.38. Oh, here's a couple of goers. This will be good. The Valley Hunt up against that FX with the Chevy 468, that wheel-standing Chevy 468. And I tell you what, that Valiant station wagon did a neat little lift at the front end on his last run. Not very high, but he got his, you could see clear clear air underneath. So this should be a good. So for the Valiant, it's a 938 dial in, and for Simon Adricum in the FX there, it is a 985. So 985 slower. The Valiant will have to do the chasing, so the FX will get the handicap start, not by much. One light, one orange light. You'll see it stagger. Oh, he's out.
The FX pulling the wheels up on the second gear change as well.
He'll win.
Oh, we got there first, Les, but too fast. 977 with a 7 on it. 985 goes under by 800. It's handing the win back to Benjamin Love in the AP5 wagon.
Oh, wow.
It's the round win points.
Oh, Doris the Morris is on a solo.
Someone's changed the message on the boot. There was a whole heap of writing on there before. Now there's just a picture of some form.
Well, it does look a bit like a blackboard, doesn't it?
Well, yes, he writes inspiring quotes and messages on there.
Oh, rightio. Okay. It's not bad for a 202. There was a guy that used to race back in the day, Don Sparks, and he had a little Morris, and it was called the Ducks Destroyer.
Yeah.
That was a beauty. Oh, Don Sparks.
All right, again with some grudge racing, we're going to see Mitchell Gregory now in the Chevy Impala take on Victor Satlegianis in the Tirana.
Yeah, well, this is a grudgy, so my money's would be on Victor.
Well, yes, he's into the 9s, where Mitchell...
He's what, high 10s?
High 11s.
Oh, high 11s. Well, he should give him a head start. The bet between these two is the difference in the margin. I bet I can beat you by 10 seconds.
All right, Les, I've just been told by our friends in Race Control, this is actually the final for Classic Bike here today.
Is it?
Yes.
Ah,
so
okay.
Only relatively low entry numbers in Classic Bike, but Shane Copping and Mark Akers will be doing battle for the trophy. Just depends on whether it'll have a winner or runner-up written on it.
Yep.
And we've got Shane Copping in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 13.90. He's taking on Mark Akers in the rocket lane, who's dialed in with a 10.60. So Akers will have to be somewhat patient on the start line. Away goes Copping. Akers with about 2.5 tenths up his sleeve. Should see the win light appear in his lane.
Yep.
No,
broke
he doesn't.
out.
He got there first. Got there first by a long shot, but went 10.57 with a 6 on a 10.60. Shane Copping takes the win with a 14.29 with a 7.
Oh, well, there's your winner and runner-up. Shane Copping, the winner in Classic Bike, and Mark Akers, your runner-up in Classic Bike. Okay. It's fairly vacant down here, young fella.
Yeah, I think we might just leave the crowd with a little bit of music, and you and I'll come
Yes.
back. You and I'll come back when the cars come back around. Of course, we are at Day of the Drags 2024, getting towards the pointy end of the schedule. So obviously some of these cars take a little bit of time to turn around, and we will be back with you very, very shortly.
Very shortly. Okay, back with the action, folks. And it's Top Gas. One of the, one of the more quicker classes, so to speak. Richard Matasevic in the rocket lane. Dialed in with 1065 in the Ford XY Ute. And his brother David alongside in the 75 Ford Cortina. Wins a 347. So we've got a 1065 for the Ute and an 1102 for the sedan. So the little black sedan over there in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. So there he goes. There they go. And those 2 1,000ths of a second between the two of them. I bet they did.
Not their first rodeo, Les.
No.
Oh, David gets there first, but breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second.
Yep.
No, 2
2,000ths of a second. Yeah, by 2 thousandths of a second. Very unfortunate. That'll be some consternation around the dinner table. And our Mark Hopkins, so we'll see Mark Hopkins here. He'll be up against Richard Matasevic in the yellow utility for the final of Top Gas. So this is the semi-final. He's on a solo, dialed in at 1085. Let's see how close he can get. 074 reaction time, so all's looking good. He dialed in at 1085 and ran at 1083. So he'll have to make some sort of adjustment there. It's up to him. We won't be able to tell until next time he comes out. Good little run there. Everything running sweet. Oh, this will be a good little tussle too. And there won't be much in this. Christopher Brown in the Ford Altered, running a Chevy 406. That's Christopher in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 930. 930 is pretty quick. Mark Ind in that spectacular little 48 Ford Anglia, small block Chev, 421 cubes. Dialed in with a 984, so 984 is slower than a 930, so he'll get the handicap start. Now this is Christopher Brown, number 1 qualifier in middle eliminator, and Mark Ind in the little Anglia, number 11 qualifier. So the little Anglia will get the handicap start. Oh no, Christopher Brown is probably going to pull alongside about now. He'll be in front. Unless he breaks out.
Les, you've said that like 4 times now, and it's happened each time.
Oh, no.
Do you know something we don't?
I always wish I was this lucky with lottery tickets. Anyway, sorry, mate.
You'd have a lot more friends.
Yeah, that's right. I'll probably need a bouncer to escort me to my car.
Don't count on me. Paul Watts and Charlie Adder doing battle. Charlie away with an 042 in the Tirana for Jayco Caravan Sydney. Charlie should get this one. 993 with a 7 on a 986 to take the win. Paul Watts just he probably closer to the dial-in, but just gave away too much on the start line.
Oh yeah. I mean, when your opponent gets a .042 reaction time and you get a .307, you know you're pushing the proverbial wheelbarrow. Okay, so Charlie Adard, nice run for him. It's middle eliminator. Now we've got. Pardon me. Just a little grudge match here. We've got Luke Bond in that Chevy Bel Air. It has got an LS2 in it, so it'll be a 6-litre. Up against Warwick Goff. Goof. Go. Look at that. You can't see inside.
No, you can't. I think these numbers may not be Correct, because the car in the Rocket Lane had a Chevy 253 in it, didn't it? Before, or 283? Sorry.
Oh,
I
283.
These numbers are picking up someone else's data at the minute, but it's just a grudge run from what I can tell.
Yep.
Because the car in the aerofoil lane is definitely not a Jeep Tomahawk, and the smoke's still coming out of the Chevy in the Rocket Lane.
Now the lights are going to go down here.
I managed to see through the smoke. Good side-by-side race. The Rocket Lane just out in front ever so slightly.
Oh, no.
Gets there first by 100th of a second. 14.16 with a 0. 96 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, that's it went to the Rocket Lane. I bet when that Chevy comes back up there, there's still smoke coming out of it.
Well, you want to hope not.
Ah, that was funny.
It's unusual to see a cabin fill up just like that.
Yeah, fairly quickly too. Really, Herbert. Okay, we've got a couple of cars in the staging lanes, like 2 of them. One of them looks to be that big dark Chev, so it might be a grudge match here. Fairlane, is it? Yeah, that black little compact Fairlane. Because that, you're right, because that Chev's got black colour-coded bumpers. Well, starters are coming back, so they know something we don't. That was a good song. what do we got down here now? It's a little... Oh, I think that's Emma Attard in that white. Oh, a bit of a grudge race here. Oh no, just this might be a solo. Just like a test and tune. Sharp little car. Very nice. Pretty nice white too. It's very stark, very bright. It's just going to have a little trial run.
Well, there's all of our competition runs that are left are all finals from now on. So unless it is a grudge run, we have five or six categories left to run, and they all are for the trophy.
Ah, hot diggity. She runs it through there for a 9.023 at 151. Gee, 9.023. 9.0 at best was an 8.90 with a 3.
So not a huge drop in ET there. I dare say it's probably pretty warm out there right now.
Yeah. Well, I was under the impression until not that long ago that the hotter it got, the stickier the track was.
No.
But because bitumen is a petroleum product, and it's got oil in it, crude oil. So
yes,
the crude oil seeps out of the tar, and then it rises to the surface, and it gets a bit slippery. That is a javelin, you know. It's a 68 or a 69. It's up on that up on a trailer.
Oh yes, you can see it now because it's up higher.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about one of the cars up in the eastern side of the mound. They had a good little show and shine up there today.
They did.
Backed by Shannon's Insurance.
Now, if I could get to Messenger, and then I could get to Glenn.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Yeah.
There we go, up on the big screen, Liz.
Ah, yes, there we go. Yeah, nice. Yeah, see that might, mine's pretty rare because it's got, it's a 390 with a 4-speed. And it's got a Super T10 in it, right-hand drive, and 354 gears. So it accelerates really well, but top end isn't one of its features until I put some decent headers on it. Then it won't be so choked up. I had a photo of it here before, but I can't find it. All right.
Okay, another grudge run about to unfold in front of us. We have Anthony Mastromano in the hot rod taking on Victor Satlagianis.
Oh, wow! This is just a grudgy, is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Satlagianis in the red Tirana. I've seen this car do some very impressive wheel stands in the past, not so much today. The car might be set up a little bit differently, or Victor might have changed the car a little bit to try and keep the front end down. Yes, albeit they are spectacular, not always conducive to a good ET.
No, that's right. If it spends a bit of its time in the air, it's pushing a lot of air.
Well, also potential for incidents to happen.
Yes, when the front end touches the deck. No. There we go. Oh. Wow. Anthony not holding back this time, 9:22.
Yep, only 114 mile an hour though, so
Yep.
again washing the speed off at the top end. And Victor there a 930, 141 mile an hour run.
Yeah.
Two pretty well sorted cars by the look of it.
All right, we're getting some cars. Here comes the Valiant station wagon. So that'll be the final of Top Gas, I'd say.
We've got Top Eliminator firing up below us now, Les. For their final run, we've got Alison Stewart and Paul Sabato to do battle. Stewart in the Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster. She's dialed in with an 865 in the Aeroflow lane. Sabato in the HQ Monaro. Dialed in with an 896 in the Rocket lane.
Oh. Okay.
Alison doing quite a big burnout in comparison to Paul in the Monaro.
Yeah.
Loving the colour of the Sabato Monaro.
Yeah.
Looks absolutely beautiful under the afternoon sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, it really pops, doesn't it? Even with the this painted bumper. Yeah,
On this car, I don't mind that look. I think that really suits
Yeah,
it.
yeah, same here. Yeah. That's a really nice blue.
Okay, so Paul will be chased by Alison by around about 0.3 of a second. Oh, looks like Alison.
Oh, she red lit.
Red lit. There was issues there with the stage. I don't know if she didn't get in time or what. I don't know, but looks like Paul will take the win. 902 with a 3.
Gee. Okay, so there's your winner, Paul Sabato in Top Eliminator. Oh, Ali didn't even, she must have taken off before the tree was activated. There's nothing on it. Nothing at all.
All right, the Vintage Gas final about to unfold. In front of us, we have Kevin Landry in the Morris Minor. Doris the Morris dialed in with a 13.8. Doris will be out and gone by nearly 4 seconds. Benjamin Love dialed in with a 9.40. Yep, 4.8 seconds the handicap to the Morris. The Valiant will have to chase down. We'll see the difference at the top end. Love will have to watch the breakout. 2.32 reaction time for the Morris. To an 0.11 red for Benjamin Love. Doris the Morris is the victor here in Vintage Gas. And runs through for 14.27 with a 3. 74 mile an hour to take the win. All right, our next final pair running down the racetrack for Top Gas. We have Mark Hopkins in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with the 1084. He's taking on Richard Batasevic in the Ford Utility, dialed in with a 1075. So there's not going to be much in this one. Around about a tenth of a second head start going to the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. There is around 200ths of a second in advantage going to the Tirana. Both cars running spot on their dial-ins all day, and Hopkins takes it by 47 ten-thousandths of a second across the finish line to claim the winner's trophy. Congratulations to Mark Hopkins on taking home the winner's trophy. The runner-up will be Richard Batasevic. All right, middle eliminator final now. Mark Indian, the Anglia, dialed in with a 990, taking on a Charlie Addard in the Tirana, dialed in with a 986. Nothing in this one at all. Addard with the smallest of advantage off the start line, and the Anglia takes it. Mark Ind takes home the middle eliminator winner's trophy with a 933 with a 7 on his 993 with a 7, on his 990 dial-in. Margin of victory, around 700ths of a second across the finish line. Congratulations to Mark Ind and Charlie Addard for making the final. Unfortunately, it looks like our street final will be a solo pass. Looks like Joe Madej will claim a victory here. I'm not sure who his competitor was supposed to be, but it looks like there is definitely nobody in the Aeroflow lane to compete for the trophy. So it looks like Joe will be our winner here for Day of the Drags 2024. Away with a nice reaction time, 0.34 on the tree.
Not bad, is it?
No, he's doing pretty well.
And he's gone nice and straight. He's going to run it through 13.12. Nice and safe. Oh, he's done everything right. I guess he could have done the other way out and just accepted the green and that's it. But I think in several events, they like the cars to complete the run.
Well, I mean, it's the final run of the day. You've already won. Why wouldn't you run it down?
Yeah. I'd be just my lucky. I'd get the kangaroo would jump in. I got the luck of a dead cat anyway. So
just because you've used all your lives up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw a dead cat the other day by the side of the road, and I looked out my window and I said, "Mate, I know exactly how you feel."
All right, looks like we've got one more run left in competition here this afternoon, Les, and that will be our Supercharged Outlaw final, and we will have Brittany Olive in the rear engine drags to take on Tim Gruber.
Oh,
in
yes.
the Cortina. Both cars under the tunnel at the minute, so they will be given the 12 the finger fire-up signal.
Yes, I saw they must be in the shade downstairs underneath. There they are. There,
the tunnel
yeah.
there we can see on the track cams.
Oh, that looks like young. No, I thought it was Alan White's young fella.
All right, so Brittany Olive dialed in with a 670. She will be chasing Tim Gruber, who's dialed in with a 755.
Yeah, look at that, 670 to 755. Wow, almost a second.
Yep, 0.8. Yeah.
Yep, 0.8 of a second, 0.8.
Near enough to 2 lights on the Christmas tree.
Yeah, yep. Well, it's exactly 2 lights. So, yeah, he always, I don't know what I'd rather be, which position. I'd probably like to do the chasing.
Yep. You know why I always think that? It's because you can see your competitor.
Yeah, that's right. You can, if you're in front and they're coming at a great rate of knots, well, you've got to really strategise.
Well, I think that you can look at it the other way, that if you're in front, they've got to beat you.
Yes, they've got to pass you.
Correct.
And beat you and not break out. If you've done everything right,
yes.
and that's what drag racing comes down to. Get to the other end first without breaking out.
Yep, so Queanbeyan Engine Services backing the Cortina.
Yeah, he's done a fine job. Tim's taken over from, remember a bloke called Graham Silk?
Yes.
Yep, yep.
He was a national champion for a couple of years, I think, Graham.
Mate, he was. And when you have a look at the national champions, at our reunion we had several years back now, 5 or 6 years, we had some at the function there. We had national champions galore. Well, we had Bruce Leake for his 92.
Yep.
When he won. Then there was Graham Silk. There was Bill Sivertson from the horsepower Crusader days back in the 70s. He was the fastest grey-motored car. And then a bloke's just, he put a turbocharger on. There's only 2 blokes ahead of him. Who else? There was a couple. Yeah, there was Leakey, and there was about 7 or 8 of them. We took a photo of them.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty cool. Considering the Canberra region, I suppose, is not a massive. It's not a massive city, much not when compared to the other major capital cities.
Yeah.
In like Sydney and Brisbane and Melbourne, the population of Canberra and the surrounding area certainly.
Yeah. Oh, there was Leo Georges. He was Super Sedan champion in 2016 or 17.
Yeah, so he would be the latest that I would recall.
Yeah.
Looks like both those cars fired into life now. Ollie will roll forward first. Good side-by-side burnouts. Not much smoke for Olive, though.
No, not this time. Well, something's wrong with the Gruber car, it appears.
Not sure if it's still running down there.
It's a solo. I can see Vegas notioning to Brittany Olive.
There we go. So it looks like Brittany Olive will take home the Supercharged Outlaws Winners Trophy. Gruber will have to settle for the runner-up.
Yep.
With some issues in the Cortina on the last pass as well, so maybe they've been slightly reoccurring, or maybe it's something different. Olive into full stage now. The tree will count down on her side only.
Wow.
With a 2:49 reaction time, goes 1:15 to the 60 straight down the aerofoil lane.
Ooh.
And a 6:78 with a 9 at 2:07 miles an hour for her and the team.
Oh, that's a terrific miler now. That's the best she's gone all day.
Yes, yep. 6:78 with a 9, 2:07 through the finish line.
Yeah.
And good 60-foot too, 1:15 with a 5.
Yeah, look at that, 100 and, well, her best was 182.80. Well, that was a qualifying run, and now she's run at 2:07. She did dip into the low 200s earlier. I think she went at 202. But she's really cemented her, put the stamp, a stamp of authority on the class there, because she's gone at 207 miles an hour and a 6:78 with a 9. So dialed in at a 6.7 with a 0. So 800ths or nearly 900ths over. So under.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just been told that we will be having the trophy presentations for all of our winners and runners up in the pergola next to the Pit Stop Cafe, which is next to the scrutineering shed down in the pit area. Usually around 20 minutes after the last car runs through the quarter mile here. We've finished our competition for the day. We've got a couple of a pair or two pairs of cars to do a grudge run or a test, if you like. And I've also been told that we will be having a Crackle Fest down at the near where the trophy presentations are taking place, and that will happen before the trophy presentation.
Oh, okay. So now, when you say at the down there, that's not the covered area under the cement. It's out near.
Yes, it's further west of that.
Yeah, right.
So
Okay. Yeah,
where
on
the
other
scrutineering
side.
shed is, just to the north of the scrutineering shed.
Good.
There's a pergola there. All the racers that race here regularly will know that where the pergola is, but everybody's welcome to come down and celebrate the winners and runners up.
Yep. Should be good.
So as I said, we've only got a pair or two pairs of cars left to run, and then Les and I will gather results and head down to present the trophies.
Yep, certainly will. Looking forward to that as well. With now we've got an all Attard affair. You can see that LC Tiranas, LC-LJ Tiranas are the car of choice in the Attard family. Yeah. They've always had the other one they had there was Wayne. I think it was Wayne Attard. He had a tick tick tick. It was purple. Yeah, it was. Oh, it was even before your
that
time.
was Supercharged. Well, there was not a Supercharged, a Top Sportsman Attard as well.
Was there?
That ran in Ours Race Glides.
Oh, right.
Tirana.
Yep.
His first name. 0.42 on the tree for Charlie Addard in the rocket lane, the better of the two reaction times. Looks like Emma's going to be out in front though, 8.94 with a 152 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.90, a 9 with a 2 at 134 for Charlie in the rocket lane.
Yeah, that's pretty 134.64, 152. Well, folks, well, we thank you for your patronage here today and look forward to another interesting event. Just as Steve alluded to before, just keep your eye on sydneydragway.com.au/events and you'll find out all the goings on here at Sydney Dragway.
Exactly right, Les. Well, that concludes today's Day of the Drags for 2024. I hope everybody's enjoyed the action on the racetrack and also the action down in the pits and the show and shine on the Eastern Mound. I'd like to thank all of our viewers online that have joined us throughout the day, and their banter's been really good. Thank you to all of our patronage that have come along to watch family, friends, or just come along because they like nostalgia-style drag racing. It's been fantastic to have you here at Sydney Dragway. Thank you to Les and Ben, and of course all of our hardworking officials here at Sydney Dragway. It's been a very enjoyable day. I look forward to working with Les in a few minutes' time down at the cafeteria, the pergola outside the cafeteria for the trophy presentations and the Cackle Fest that has just been announced. So anybody and everybody welcome to come down and participate in that. And signing off for now. Look forward to seeing you again here at Sydney Dragway.